Great, we are now live, so over to the commissioners to kick us off.
Benita.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa, koutou o te kaunihira o Kapiti, tēnā koutou mō koutou tanga mai I tēnei ata, nui te mihi me te aroha ki o koutou, kei te mihi hoki tēnei he uri o taranaki o te maunga o taranaki o Ngāru hine me te atiawa ki o koutou, ki ngā whānau whānui, ki ngā hapu, ki ngā iwi hoki o tēnei rohi, nō reira ngā iwi o Ngāti Toa Rangatira, te atiawa ki whakarongotai me ngā hapu o Ōtaki, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kei te whakaaro tonu mō rātou ko wihi atu ki te rātou o te ārai, ara I tēnei wā, I takoto ana Huta Thomas ki te marae o whakarongotai, nō reira, tēnā koutou, haere, haere o te atu. Kia ora whānau, thank you for joining us this morning. It's been my honour and privilege to open this morning's proceedings, and just with a little mihi to a dear friend who's like a brother to me, Huta Thomas, Kapiti staunch, Kapiti proud man who's lying in state at the moment at Whakarongotai Marae. So I just wanted to acknowledge him before the proceedings this morning. The Commission karakia that you're welcome to join us in saying this morning. We'll kick off proceedings and then I'll hand back to Brendan. Our karakia goes as this. Whakatakati hau ki te uru, whakatakati hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki utu, kia mā taratara ki tai. Kia hi ake ana te ātā kura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, te hei, mauri ora. Kia ora tātou. Thank you, Brendan.
Kia ora, Benita. Thank you for opening up our proceedings, and kia ora to everybody. So what we'll do is just do a little bit of a scene set so we're all clear about who's on the screen. So in terms of introductions, I'd like to just recognise the members of the Commission that are advising us today. Donald Rezabos, long-standing involvement in local government and advisor to the Commission. Linda Canton, who is also senior advisor to the Commission and deeply involved in the preparation of this report, and our CEO Penny Langley, who is Supreme Commander of making sure we do everything appropriately and correctly. Benita Bigham, Commissioner Benita Bigham is our newest Commissioner and has a significant role in local government on National Council, a member of a community board in Taranaki, and I think you're all, for those of you who have any sense of understanding around local government, Benita is certainly incredibly well known and respected, and we're really pleased that she's part of our team. I'm Brendan Duffy, the chair, and had a bit of a life in local government for a few years, 21 years. So I've got a little bit of an understanding of local government as well. So we're the Commission. Clearly we can identify those of you on the screen that are from the Kapiti District Council, and Janet as Deputy Mayor, it might be nice if you could do your introductions and then we'll get into the proceedings from there.
Kia ora tātou, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa. I'd like to start by also acknowledging Huta Thomas, a neighbour of mine here in Paikakariki, a much loved member of the community, and a lot of whānau and friends reeling in shock this week. Also a much loved member of our wider musical community in Aotearoa. So just wanted to talk all those comments. So is this my opportunity, Brendan, to present on behalf of the council, or simply to introduce myself and my colleagues?
I think if you could just introduce your team and then you are ready, we're ready for you to dive in. Yes. And can I just ask that you'll make acknowledgement of apologies from those that are not in attendance from your end, please?
Yes, sure. Kia ora, ko Janet Holbrook, tōku ingoa, Deputy Mayor, Kapiti Coast District Council, and I bring apologies today from Councillor from Mayor Guranathan, who can't make it today. I have with me today Councillor Coots, members of our staff, Andrea Healy, Sarah Watty, and Dale Swarovski, who's also going to help us with questions today. And I'd like to acknowledge the huge amount of work that's gone into this by those staff members and by our council. It's certainly been a long process, but I guess we'll go into that more as I do the formal council introduction.
Okay, I think also it will be useful that we place on record an apology from your CEO, Wayne Maxwell. That's pretty important. So we've got a record of who's apologised for not being here, and we've got a record of those who are in attendance, which is important. So
and also, sorry, my apologies. I've also admitted Janice McDougall, Group Manager, who's here today on behalf of staff and also representing Mr. Maxwell.
Thank you. Okay, so I've got all the points of clarity. Who's who in the zoo? So we're all good to go. So look, the process from here is that you'll appreciate we've got a fair idea of what the council has gone through in terms of its process. It's your opportunity to set that out clearly and succinctly. We then, as Commission, will want to ask points of clarity and questions. We'll then go through into the individuals who have sought the opportunity to speak. And during that process, we as Commission may well want questions answered that we'll place on record with you, so that when you have your right of reply, we would be looking forward to those particular points being responded to. Now, just so you get a bit of a sense, Dale's very good at keeping a record of those points, and Linda is exceptionally good at keeping a record of those questions. So we'll make sure that nothing's missed. So we don't want you panicking to think, oh gosh, I've missed something. We want to do it in a respectful, calm, measured process so that nobody's feeling that any points missed out. But from the Commission's perspective, we consider it a really important part of the process of getting as much information as possible for us to make an informed and respectful decision. So with that background, and you'll know we've got a timeline that we work pretty hard to keep to, because there's people off screen that we're waiting for their speaking time. So we work pretty hard for that. So the first speaker's at 10 past 11. So there's plenty of time, but we're in your hands now, Deputy Mayor Holbrook, to speak.
Yeah, thank you very much. So thanks for the opportunity to speak today about our representations. As I said, it's been quite a long process that we've gone through to reach this point. And I've asked, as I said, I've asked Councillor Coots, Chair of Operations and Finance Committee, to join me today. And so over the last 12 months, councillors have been on quite a long journey, and we've invested significant time in considering what representation arrangements best meet the needs of our local communities. Adopting representation arrangements that achieve fair and effective representation, representing the distinct communities of interest that exist across the Kapiti Coast, is no easy task, and it involves careful consideration of an interplay of many different factors. It's more an art form than a science. Our district is particularly challenging in terms of our communities of interest. In trying to come up with solutions, we've been faced with huge challenges trying to honour our communities of interest while providing alternatives which fit within the representation guidelines. As an introduction to the hearings today, I'll briefly recap on the approach taken in the lead up to adopting the final proposal and the rationale for the proposal ultimately adopted. So, first of all, a bit about our approach. So, to inform the development of the proposed representation arrangements, Council engaged an external design and research company, Empathy Design, to lead the preliminary engagement and research activities and help us gather and analyse the community perspective. In Kapiti, we often hear from the same relatively small group of people, and while we appreciate their input, this preliminary engagement aimed to reach out to those members of the community who we may not have previously engaged with. This early research took a people-centred design approach. The suite of engagement activities were designed to ensure we heard from maybe more quiet or reluctant people. This approach prioritised quality of engagement of information over quantity of people involved. A set of design principles were developed to help us consider different ways to reflect what we heard in our representation arrangements, and this resulted in the development of different options for Council to consider. It's important to note that there was some tension within these design principles, so Council's aim was to find a solution that, on balance, best reflected the community's and legislative requirements. Throughout the process, both in adopting an initial proposal for consultation, considering submissions, and resolving a final proposal, councillors considered the design principles, legislative requirements, and experience of what makes for effective representation in practice. And I'd like to highlight that in practice. So our initial proposal was for 3 large awards, retaining the mixed model with 10 councillors plus mayor with the same ratio that we have at present of 5-5, and the disestablishment of the 4 current community boards. This ward structure was aligned with the engagement and research findings around communities of interest, providing the 2 most distinct geographic communities, Otaki and Paikakariki, with distinct representation at ward level. And these were the 2 communities that were shown through the initial engagement that people identified as the communities of interest. This ward structure was compliant with the fair representation rule, with only a slight deviation of minus 11.84 for the Kapiti Coast Northern Ward. The research told us that the community wanted councillors to represent our diverse communities at a local level, but also act in the interests of Kapiti as a whole, a tension we find a lot in Kapiti. Councillors felt that retaining the mixed model of ward and district-wide councillors would help council as a whole to stay close to the local issues and also see the big picture. People wanted the size of council to be big enough to ensure diversity of thought and representation, yet small enough to enable efficiency. Council felt that the current number of 10 councillors plus mayor was about right. The early research, supported by the experience of some around the council table, indicated that community boards may be adding a confusing layer of bureaucracy. That was the word from the engagement, particularly for our more in need and currently disenfranchised and marginalised communities. The alternative view was that community boards could be a great tool for bringing the voice of the community to council, but that they didn't have the teeth that they need. The initial proposal did not include community boards and instead focused on councillors and council staff working together to foster community-led development on new, creative and contemporary ways to help our communities engage more directly with council. And I'd like to comment at this point that it's quite challenging only to be able to go out with that one final proposal rather than test some of the other models, and we'll see that challenge as we go through these hearings. Council received a large number of submissions on the initial proposal, 532, and heard from 59 people at the hearings. And some aspects of the proposal were supported by the majority. Retaining 10 councillors and the mayor, about 66% of submitters agreed. Retaining the mixed model, about 61% of submitters agreed with this. However, not all agreed with the ratio of 5-5. Some wanted more ward councillors and some wanted fewer. On the other hand, there was a strong reaction to the following aspects of the proposal. The 3 larger wards, in particular, the proposal to combine the Waikanae and Paraparumu wards into one larger ward, the majority, or 67% of people, disagreed on the basis that this does not effectively represent the district's distinct communities of interest, and in particular Waikanae. The proposal to disestablish community boards was, I can say, passionately argued. The majority, or 69% of submitters, disagreed, supporting the idea of local representation at a community board level, with some submitters believing that community boards need to be strengthened or improved. Council also received feedback that the current representation arrangements for Ramati are confusing and that the current representation structure leaves them with inadequate representation. So on to the final proposal. Councillors carefully considered the submissions and in particular consultation feedback that did not support 3 larger wards and the disestablishment of community boards. In response to consultation feedback, Council considered different options and agreed to adopt different representation arrangements to that set out in the initial proposal. Council agreed that retaining the status quo with the 4 current wards of Otaki, Waikanae, Paraparumu and Paikakariki Ramati with minor adjustments to the boundaries was aligned with both preliminary and consultation feedback that the district comprises distinct communities of interest that warrant local representation at a ward level. Council acknowledged that 2 of the wards did not comply with the fair representation rule, but deemed this necessary to provide effective representation for the Otaki and Waikanae communities of interest, and this was also reflected in the previous review. Council agreed that retaining 10 councillors plus the mayor with the same ratio of 5-5 aligned with the community perception that the mixed model helps councillors stay close to the people at a local level and also see the big picture to do what is best for Kapiti as a whole. Councillors also considered the question of community boards to balance the preliminary engagement findings that community boards may add another layer of bureaucracy for voices already heard by council, and council's experience of community boards in practice, with the consultation feedback viewing community boards as key to effective local representation. There were different views around the council table, as councillors agreed to retaining the current community boards, but splitting the current Paraparaumu-Raumati Community Board into 2 separate community boards, resulting in a total of 5 boards, as you see in our final proposal. Council considered how to best provide effective representation when they were discussing this, and they explored we explored different alternative options of a subdivided Paikakariki-Raumati Community Board or subdivided Paraparaumu-Raumati Community Board, and the decision to adopt a separate one was narrowly decided at the council table 6-5. Council noted the operational implications of an additional board and expressed their desire to continue to explore other engagement mechanisms to hear from voices who do not tend to engage with council through traditional channels. So this has been a hugely challenging process and has given us as a council a whole lot of information about how our community perceives our governance organisation and our communities of interest. In coming to solutions, we're constantly faced with the tension between our communities of interest and the challenge of fitting that into the legislative requirements, particularly the ratios. It was described at one point as trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. We heard through our consultation that people don't want arrangements that are confusing. With the combination of ward and community board boundaries, we need to have a solution that is practical on the ground for our community. At present, we have 27 elected members, and the final proposal has even more. Some of these solutions would see us having even more than that, and we would ask that the Commission takes carefully into consideration the practicalities around any final model. Thank you.
I neglected to say at the start that if you see commissioners looking like they're falling asleep, they've actually got their heads down taking notes.
I presumed that was the case, Brendan.
I get told off for not saying that at the start. Rightio. So look, thank you for that. Now, is James adding anything, or is that it?
I'll invite James to add some further points now.
Kia ora, and thank you, Brendan, and to fellow commissioners for your time today. In preparing for this, it was agreed that Janet would be the primary speaker. I'm here to provide support and answer particular questions that may relate specifically to the Otaki to Horo area, given that I'm the Otaki ward councillor. I will add a couple of comments just in general. Firstly, acknowledging my fellow colleagues, councillors around the table. As you can see from the number of submissions, it was a mammoth task that we undertook to hear from our community. And there were varied views around the table, but on some things we were well aligned. And so in speaking to you today, I'm also mindful as a councillor that I need to be balanced in sharing views that were across the table and not necessarily my personal views or, in Janet's case, her personal views. So we're both mindful of that. In looking at the questions, there is discussion around the merits of the ward councillors and the mixed model. And what I would add to that is that ward councillors were seen as, I guess, sort of subject matter experts within their particular area. And so certainly as a fellow ward councillor myself and previous community board member, you tend to know your specific community, and in my case, Otaki and Te Horo, very intimately, but equally bring that sort of district-wide view as you swear an oath to serve the district. So we do see value in that. As Janet mentioned earlier, and I think it's a key part of this, the challenge is the square peg in a round hole. There are many things that we would have liked to have done to respond to community requests, but just simply weren't able to be done within the representation review guidelines. They're there for a reason. We respect that, but the reality is we can't just simply add another councillor into, say, Waikanae, for example, without tipping the balance and affecting other areas as well. And I'll talk to that a little bit. And again, when we respond to your specific questions. Janet also mentioned around, I note you've got a number of questions around the small ward model. I think it's fair to say that our council would have preferred to have been able to have consulted on 2 or 3 options. The status quo was mentioned, both by the council and the community. Why didn't we have that as an option? Obviously, the mixed model that we went out with and the small ward option, we're unable to provide more feedback on that because under the guidelines, we simply couldn't consult under anything more than the preferred option, rather than sort of 2 or 3 options to be able to have a more broader suite of views from the community. What I will touch on specifically is just a couple of matters. Look, we deliberated over talking about the politics of this, but in a district as diverse as ours and with quite a strong community in the centre of Paraparaumu and Waikanae, there is the reality and I guess the concern amongst councillors around the risk of block voting. You've got your more distinct, unique communities of interest to the north and the south, being Otaki and Paikakariki. And looking at the voting numbers, they're at risk of being marginalised if you have a strong block vote in the centre. So it's challenging because a lot of these questions really come down to the quality of candidates and I guess their commitment to serving across the district and not being parochial. But as Brendan is well aware, that can be, and I'm sure some of you others are, that can be challenging in reality, as Janet has referred to. Lastly, the other thing that I wanted to add is, as we're probably all acutely aware, we have a number of submissions that come in, but we also have feedback from our iwi as well, and that's something that we've had to take quite seriously. It is obviously not I guess what I'm saying is that the view from iwi doesn't dictate our decision, but it does influence it in terms of our treaty partners. And I'll just finish with reading a little excerpt from Denise Hapata, who spoke on behalf of Ngā Hapua Otaki. And these are from the verbatim minutes where Denise said their tribal boundary extends down further south of Te Hapua Road. So our Otaki township and the collective area of Te Horo sits within our iwi boundary. And for the long-term residents of Otaki and as mana o whenua, we acknowledge that we are talking about the township, but it has been a long period of time that we've assumed that mana whenua and understanding and practice that Aorohi ends south of Te Hapua Road. So I think when you're deliberating and considering that small ward option, the concern from my perspective representing my community, although the small ward option has merits, in addressing the issue of Waikanae, it somewhat cannibalises the distinct communities of interest to the north, being Otaki and Te Horo. And for iwi, I think the benefit that councillors have had that the commissioners, through no fault of their own, haven't had the advantage of is hearing those submitters. And so hearing Denise passionately speak on behalf of Ngā Hapua Otaki to their submission, certainly, looking around the table, influenced the way that councillors approached all the feedback that we received. So I think I'll leave it there. I'm happy, as Janet is, to respond to specific questions that you have outlined in your emails. Thank you.
Okay, so Janet, can I just fire off the first question? You made a comment at the end of your presentation where you need to have a practical, on-the-ground solution. The question is, do you as a council feel that what you have laid in front of us as a proposition meets that standard?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. So our mixed model has been in place for quite some time, and it's worked reasonably well for us. The major change that's happened is the addition of the extra community board, and it's true that will add an extra layer of kind of administration for our staff. Also, with our models worked well, but one thing that has happened is we've had a couple of uncontested elections, and we've also, in the community boards, and particularly in the Parapuru Muramati Community Board, we've had very few spare candidates. And in fact, when I worked out that when you factor the candidates that got elected as ward councillors, all community boards, we only had one spare candidate, or two maybe, over the past, as long as I've been around, which is 10 or 15 years. So I think it's really good to aim for fair representation, but it's also got to be effective representation. So we need a size of elected members, a number of elected members that suits the size of our community. And that's something that I think we need to think quite carefully, or the Commission needs to think quite carefully about. Also, one of the challenges for our community is we do have these small communities of interest, but we're trying to drive forward as a community, prioritise our projects, prioritise our spending across the whole district. And it's always that tension between fairly representing those small communities of interest, but also factoring that into the bigger picture of the district as a whole. And I think we've been able to do that with the ward sizes that we have. But considering smaller wards, I think there might be a danger that we'd have those uncontested elections, that we wouldn't have a pool of candidates that would necessarily support that. That's just, I guess, my personal point of view. We haven't had a chance to really test this. That's the other challenge that I mentioned before with the whole community. But just from my experience around the council table during the time I've been there. And so I think I'm just thinking about the practicalities of how we have those community boards. If we overlay the current community board boundaries over the proposed small ward boundaries, we have some community boards that would have 3 different wards represented within them. Also, splitting communities of interest, I think, is a big concern that I have. But I guess we can go into that more in response to the submissions. But they're just some kind of thoughts I had around the kind of potential practicalities.
Okay, I'll just go to Commissioner Bigham just to check in for questionings.
Kia ora, kōrua, thank you very much. Really interesting kōrero, and yes, we know the election system is basically depends on who wants to stand, and we have no control over those sorts of issues. So totally get that point. Just James, interested in your comments around the submission that came in from Ngā Hapu Ōtaki and the reference to trying to align more closely with Hapu Takiwā. Is this something that's sort of been applied across the district in your consideration of ward and community board boundaries, or is this just a specific instance where this grouping has noted and made comment about aligning with their boundaries as well?
Kia ora, Benita. We did receive submissions from the other iwi to the south. I guess the issue, because it was more contested to the north with the Waikanai and Tuhura area, was where we saw the submission from Ngā Hapu more strongly, as opposed to Te Atiawa and Ngāti Toa. I should add, and as you've probably seen if you've read the submissions, there was more than one submission in relation to that, as opposed to just Ngā Hapu Ōtaki. So I'd say there was support for their views. And in thinking of talking to you today, like as a resident of Te Horo, I wouldn't be able to say that everyone in Te Horo connects to the Northern Ōtaki. I don't think that would be fair to submitters or to residents. There's, I think, as the responses to you already have shown, that some people connect to the north and some people connect to the south. But when we look at our schools, a lot of the pupils go from there to the north. And I guess I was more speaking from an iwi perspective, where there is no doubt from a Te Horo perspective that iwi connect to the north and not to the south. I think the existing model for Waikanae and Parapara Umu and Paikakariki has served those communities well and served iwi well. There has never been any concern raised by iwi in terms of the boundaries around there. But I think in answering your question more directly, no, that was not a specific thing we looked at in terms of aligning boundaries with rohi, if that's answering your question. And I'm happy for staff or Councillor Holborough to correct me on that.
No, that's kei te pai, thank you. Just, yeah, very helpful. And just coming back to your comments, Councillor Holborough, around the engagement of the external agency to help with collecting a wider approach to consultation, getting out to those people who you say might not have been normally participating in these kinds of processes. Was there any data collected at that time to actually find out if these people were the people that you were trying to reach? Do we know, or is it just anecdotal that these are people who might not normally participate? Or you know, do you know for sure that a lot of the engagement wasn't done with the regular Kapiti voices who you say you hear from a lot? What's your evidence to back that up?
So I don't have the specific evidence at my fingertips. Council staff might be able to help me a bit later, but the engagement was quite carefully targeted so that if you had previous engagement with council for the in-depth interviews, for instance, they were all people who had little or no engagement with council. The street intercept interviews were completely random. So we definitely did hear back from those that didn't have prior engagement with council, and it was really interesting to hear their perspectives actually in terms of how they feel about the way they're represented and what their understanding is of the current structures. So no, definitely succeeded in reaching those people.
If you could allow me just to add to that, I think Jane. What was the frustrating thing, if I'm being honest with you, the frustrating aspect was that wasn't reflected through the submitters. So as a councillor, elected member for 15 years, you get to know the people within your community. And of the 500 or so submissions, many of them, you know, on a first name basis as previous submitters. So we went to great lengths to try and reach those within the community that don't typically engage with council. I think it's fair to say that wasn't reflected in the submissions. That's life, you know, and we do our best, and we hear from a lot of people that we hear from frequently, and as the Deputy Mayor has referred to some of those more smaller focus groups, we just had to respect that and take the submissions as they come and make the decision that we did, but we certainly tried.
Kia ora, thank you, Korua.
Okay, so just help me on the ratio between wards and at large, so 5-5. Just give me some rundown on the 7-3 option and why not.
James, would you like to take that first?
Sure, I'm just trying to pull up our notes in terms of the balance, but just from memory, Brendan, again, adding a additional councillor to the centre from memory, and again, I'm just going from memory. I haven't got running two screens here with the particular notes, but I think it goes back to that point that I was saying around it creates a majority within the centre ward between Parapara Umu and Waikanae. The other aspect of
so what do you mean by majority? Help me to understand. So what I want to try and understand is, give me an example of how that disadvantages.
Look, I'll give you a real example from an Ōtaki perspective, where for years Ōtaki has referred to themselves as the poor cousin to the rest of the district. You have a smaller, low socioeconomic community, smaller in population. You have one elected councillor to represent that community, and they often feel marginalised.
So what's an example? Give me a sense. So that's a feeling. What's you know, the councillors are all, as you said, swear an oath to represent the whole district, reflect the whole district. Give me an example.
Yep. So look, currently they would say in the youth space, what is being delivered in the central area of Kapiti and Parapara Umu, there isn't the same level of youth services in Ōtaki. We're trying to address that. And as I said, good councillors take a district-wide approach, but you do often see a level of parochialism. And so the risk is, if you have the ability from a voting perspective that can, and we have seen in the past, where that will tend to dominate council's decision making. Another example, although maybe not the best, just to be fair, is our public transport. And why I say to be fair, that isn't specifically a Kapiti Coast District Council role or responsibility, but it is an example where those smaller communities are more impacted than, say, the central communities, Brendan. The other aspect, I think, in terms of looking at because we've talked about, I guess I referred to block voting, but the other aspect of it in terms of the split changes those boundary lines and divides that community of interest. So in order to achieve the numbers of the 7-3, you're going to divide Otaki, and Te Horo will go to the south. And again, what I'm saying to you is our community have said they don't really support that. Although that wasn't directly in relation to small wards because it wasn't part of the proposal, we did receive that feedback in terms of where that community, in terms of from those in Otaki, how they connect to the wider community.
So given that we're talking about the whole district, we've got a hell of a lot in Otaki. What about the other end of the district?
Janet, I might get you to answer in terms of Paikakariki, because you know that community and Raumati better than me, but I think similar principles apply for Paikakariki.
Yeah, I think that if you did have a lot of councillors coming from the middle of the district and then one from either side, I think it's just a reality that you'd have that challenge where you have necessarily more representation from the central part of the district. But I'd just like to talk particularly about the 7-3 ratio, and in terms of, you know, what we heard back from our submissions and our consultation is people like the even split because they feel like there is that balance between people representing local interests, and we can be heavily, heavily lobbied in Kapiti by people wanting us to represent their local interests, and being able to take that more district-wide view. Now, I was a ward councillor for 2 terms, and I'm now a district-wide councillor, so I know from personal experience how, as a district-wide councillor, you're able to take that bigger, you've just got simply more time to get across, you know, the whole district and represent people from different areas. If we had a 7-3 split in our last election, we would have missed out on a candidate with a strong skill set around social issues who's doing a lot of work in the housing space. So those district-wide councillors, we also heard that they might be able to hear from minority groups, and I'm not sure quite what was meant by that, but they're certainly able to hear from interest groups from the community. We also have a councillor who's district-wide who effectively represents business issues, for instance, across the district. And I think particularly where you've got a district that's so kind of fragmented anyway, having a number of people that are kind of taking that, spending all their time taking that whole view, particularly when you've got community boards, assuming we have community boards at the end of this process, who look after those local interests anyway. So yeah, just going back to that what we heard back was that people like that balance. They like that that balance around the council table. I mean, as the notes say, we haven't gone out with a 7-3 split. We don't know what the response to that would have been, but it's certainly a small amount of district-wide candidates. We traditionally, in our elections, and I know I've been told that this isn't a consideration, but it's practicality on the ground. We have a lot of people who are interested in those district-wide positions and coming at it with a strong skill set. And even if you take the politics out of that, in terms of effective representation, I think that is a real strength in the district-wide positions, is that it provides that. Okay. So that would be my response. Though 5-5-7-3, I mean, we just haven't tested it through consultation. Okay,
I think we've got a good sense. I feel that Commissioner Bigham's done. You got one more?
Yeah, just if I may, just coming back to the community boards and the potential establishment for Raumati, what would the impact on the community be if that wasn't the case, or a subdivision in the current board structure there? What would Raumati feel and look like without their own community board or their subdivision?
Well, what we see, I'll take this first, James, if you don't mind. What we see in Ramati already is what Ramati looks like in that larger board structure, and it's a strong community of interest. We heard through the submission process that Ramati were keen to have their own representation. That came quite strongly from the business community in Ramati in particular. So we kind of had mixed views around the council table. As you heard, it was almost pretty evenly split, though the community board came out on top. I just wanted to be clear about the subdivision that we were proposing, because there's a little bit of confusion about it in the documents. So what came back to us at the table was a Paikakariki Ramati split, and we straight away put that off the table because there would be only one representative from Paikakariki, and that's such a strong community of interest with so many challenges, particularly in terms, if you just look at climate change and infrastructure funding, it's a massive challenge. And so the subdivision that we ended up considering was Paraparumu Ramati, which would mean an extra 2 community board members, 4 members from Paraparumu and 2 from Ramati. So it was between those 2 options really in the end, as far as we were concerned around the council table. And in the end, we came back with this proposal for an extra community board for Ramati.
Okay, I think we're going to pull the pin there. I'm just conscious I've got the next person ready to speak, so I don't want to I've got them. I think we've got a good sense of it. Commissioner Bigham? Yeah, okay. Right, let's park it there for the moment. We'll move now to Mr. Chris Turver, who's going to come in by phone. Penny, you'll...
So I think Mr. Turver is actually here with us on Zoom. So I think he has been sitting watching.
Right.
So I think he can hear us at the moment. So Mr. Turver, I'm just going to push some buttons at this end, and a box should pop up at your end for you to click on. Hopefully we'll be seeing you very soon. Hold on a second.
And while that's happening, Commissioner Bigham, if you go to page 118, you've got that? Yeah, okay. And then you've got the additional piece that came in overnight. Perfect.
Okay, so Chris has joined us. He just needs to unmute. Hopefully he'll be able to find the button to do that. And then we should be away. Look at that.
No, I'm here, Chris. So is the box set up?
So, good morning. Can you hear me?
Welcome, Mr. Turver.
Excellent. Morena. I appreciate the opportunity. I've been a resident of Kapiti for, well, since 2018. I've been a resident of Kapiti, and I followed with great interest the perambulations of various local government movements. What I want to do is just draw your attention to the fact that I have written views which you already have. My main submission dated the 5th of December and a supplementary submission of the 1st of February. I just want to add that I'm conscious that commissioners have been hit with a great many submissions, so I'll try to be short and to the point by raising just 3 critical factors as I see them. The first is imagination, or the lack of it. The KCDC voted 7-4 to present a plan for reducing representation at a time when our fast-growing population of 57,000 is facing, as you heard, social and economic pressures and threats to our low-lying coastal plain from damaging climate change. The final plan simply failed to recognise there were other options which could have strengthened electoral representation. One simple example would have been to do away with the luxury of 5 district councillors and put more feet on the ground by increasing ward councillors to 10. Instead, the KCDC proposed reducing wards from 5 to 4 by amalgamating Waikanae with Paraparam and abolishing all community boards. The outcome would have led to emasculation of local representation rather than strengthening it. A cynical view is that the KCDC is trying to minimize its workload, including withdrawing support from grassroots representation. No practical reasons have been given except for the extraordinary claim that this proposal would remove, quote, quote, confusing layers of representation, unquote. That was never explained. The second issue is consultation, or the lack of it. All previous representation reviews have accepted the clearly defined communities of interest in Otaki, Waikanae, Paraparaumu, Raumati, and Paikakariki, and never sought to change their status. When a local authority proposes far-reaching changes which directly reduce that representation, the onus is on that authority to go to exceptional lengths to justify and consult on those changes to ensure support before committing to them. Excuse me. Instead, an extraordinary 532 written and 59 oral submissions, mostly opposed, reinforced the strongly held view that the proposals were so poorly developed that they left ratepayers with no option but to object. Little or no effort appears to be made by the KCDC or councillors to meet with their respective communities to explain what they were trying to achieve. And thirdly, my last item is breaches of the guidelines for representation reviews. The guidelines are there for very good reasons, but it appears the KCDC prefer to take a unilateral approach, which the Commission may agree led to some significant breaches. The result is that if the KCDC's proposals are approved by the Commission, the consequences for the Kapiti community will be reduction in representation and loss of direct access to locally elected community representatives. The specific purpose of the Local Government Act, as you know, is to enable democratic local decision-making and action by and on behalf of communities, and to promote the social, economic, environmental, and cultural well-being of communities in the present and for the future. There is little acknowledgement or acceptance of these overriding purposes by the KCDC. Thank you very much for your attention.
Brilliant, thank you, Chris. I'll just check in with Commissioner Bigham to see if there's any questions from you.
Not as of yet.
No, okay. Can I just pick up on the observations that you made around the consultative process? I do want to just put it on the record that though there's an amount of criticism in relation to how the local authority engaged with the community, I just want to place on record that the Mayor of Kapiti during that process, in fact, phoned the Commission to seek clarity around what may or may not have been able to be done, given that we were in a pandemic at that time. The Mayor sought whether there could be an extension, and again, I just want to place on the record that the Commission is bound by a specific date by which we need to have this process concluded. So all local authorities across New Zealand were in the same boat, and that was fed back to the Mayor of Kapiti to explain that we had to do the best that we could under the circumstances, and we feel as a commission that local authorities have done so. So just put that on the record for clarity.
Just comment on that, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
You heard from the Deputy Mayor that the council spent 1 year developing this proposal. In my humble view, that's plenty of time to do all the consultation that should have been done.
Thank you. In terms of breaches of guidelines, can you be specifically, Chris, where exactly is that a concern?
May I come back to you? I did put it in one of my submissions. Here we go. In 8.4 was to do with public consultation. Point 8.4 in the guidelines, and that set me going on asking questions about, well, when did the council actually follow 8.4? And my answer to myself was no, and that's why I'm raising it.
Okay, we might put that on the record for the council to respond in their right of reply specifically to that point. what? Just bear with me. There's another question there. Just hold on for a moment.
Yeah.
In terms of Waikanae, for which there seems some significant commentary in that space, can we get an understanding what is the difference between Waikanae Beach and Waikanae?
I think it's an emerging difference, Mr. Chairman. With the growth of population in Kapiti, there are some particularly popular places, and one of them is Waikanae Beach. There are still some land still available, and you may have seen that at least 2 major subdivisions have been approved, and there will probably be more to come. So if you look at the feature of Kapiti and the growth of population, where will the growth be? A significant chunk of it will be in Waikanae Beach. The possibilities for extensions in, say, Paraparaumu or Raumati or Paikakariki are very limited. The opportunities in Otaki are great, but I'm suggesting that there's still huge growth area in Waikanae, from Waikanae Beach north, for population development.
Okay. And my final question is your observations around delegations to community boards. So can you just give a perspective what you would be expecting? Well, one, actually, let me think about this. Yeah, what would your expectations be in terms of delegations to community boards beyond what they have at the moment?
So one of the criticisms over several years has been that community boards have no teeth. That's a nationwide comment. Not only do they have no teeth maybe in Kapiti, but there seems to be very little encouragement or training to help community board members actually be able to perform more effectively. And I think there's huge scope there for 2 counts. Encourage community boards to do more and give them a few more teeth, and more particularly give them the training that they need to make sure they mesh in with where the council comes from.
So I have a strong suspicion that Commissioner Bigham has a significant interest in this area and may wish to ask some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very, very much for your detailed submissions. And just interested, one of my questions was around the differentiation in your eyes between the beach versus township kind of setup, but that's already been answered. I guess one of my other questions is around the proposal that you're talking about, with the numbers you're talking about, where there's a mixed arrangement of 10 councillors, 6 elected by wards and 4 at large. Were you aware that if that was to proceed, the majority of the wards would be outside the plus or minus 10% ratio that council works very hard to try and achieve?
I think it depends which plan you're working from. The plan I'm working from has a pretty even balance. If we have the wards I'm talking about, and then the community within the wards, particularly that includes Waikanae Beach, it evens out pretty well, the ratio. I can't give you specifics because I can't immediately go back to my own workings.
Okay.
So what we might do in that space then is ask council in their right of reply to specifically clarify those numbers, so we have a bit of accuracy there, please.
Thank you.
That would be great. And also my other questions, when you, Chris, is when you ask for community boards to have more teeth, what kinds of functions do you think that should be?
I could be very glib and say it needs talking about, and it does. But there's no point in me offering any thoughts unless there's likely to succeed. And to succeed, it means the council itself has to have the will to make some changes to open the door for discussions on what community boards could usefully take over without usurping council authority.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we're done, Chris. Thank you very, very much for the submission and your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we're going to go to Chris Mitchell.
Yes, thanks, Brendan. I will just bring Chris in now. Looks like Chris has joined the meeting. We just need to wait for a moment to see if he can come off mute and possibly turn on video if that's an option. Perfect.
Kia ora, Chris, welcome.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. Thanks for giving me the time, and of course, good morning, councillors and all the expert advisors as well. Can you see me?
We can hear me? Slightly shadowy, but we can definitely see you, and you've obviously been watching the proceedings so far, so you're familiar and comfortable with the process. Yep.
Yeah, and the shadow's a real bonus for you, actually.
You're all good.
Thank you. So, look, I've sent through some speaking notes in the last couple of days, and of course, I've been told that you've read the appeal, which was a little bit more detailed. So I'm not intending to go back into that unless there's specific questions on it. The points I'd like to make are those really enumerated on the first page of the speaking notes. Before I did that, I wanted to just, I guess, reinforce what was a fairly important point, is that any of the facts that I've put down are really largely abstracted from council material. There's nothing there that should be contentious. So I think it's a matter of, for your decision making, what you do with a reasonably agreed situation. So yeah, the issues I wanted to cover, well, we'll start with why change. I haven't been engaged in a representation review before, but I did look at the last one where Waikanae was heading on the path to I think in terms of a fairness, a lower value of the vote and a lower level of representation. And that was underscored when only one of the, well, the only councillor representing Waikanae, of course, is the ward councillor, but none of the other district-wide councillors live here. Now, as I've said, that's a swings and roundabouts thing. They could all live in Waikanae. They could all live in the same street. But that would be a pretty undesirable outcome, I think, and I think that's something that the Commission should be wary of. But to focus on Waikanae for the moment, it is the growth area of Kapiti, as I think Mr. Turber just said. It's identified as such in the district plan. So as Waikanae's population grows, then this misalignment with the 10% rule is going to get steadily worse. And we are, you may think it's a slight exaggeration, and maybe it is, but another 6 years of this, and Waikanae is going to be heading up into the low 30% of the district's population with potentially one representative. Now, accepting all that your two councillors there have said, and I respect their views, that's not fair representation. And just while I'm on the point, you know, also accepting the possibility that you have a district governance team, a council controlled by the majority. Well, it is the majority of what Waikanae Paraparaumu hub is actually well over 60% of the population. So whether it's a ward issue or whether it's people elected district-wide, those are going to be most of the electors, and that's simply an incidence of the number of voters. Anyway, back to why we're changing. The fundamental problem for me, and I'm going to focus on this in a second, is the choice of 5-5. I mean, what I've called the hybrid model is an outlier in the sense that Kapiti is only one of 3 councils with Hutt and Tauranga that use it. But that's not the problem. The problem is making a decision early on to have a 5-5 split. And as I've said here, that mathematically guarantees exactly the problem that we've got. And I can't put it any plainer than that. So it's a decision to have a sort of partial ward system but at the same time to make that decision not work as it should in terms of those two very specific provisions about wards. So let me go on to just say some things about the council decision. And this isn't a criticism of any individuals. It's a phenomenally difficult process that involves balancing a lot of issues. I do understand that. But so I'm on page 2 of my notes here under the issue of deference, which I'm not going to go in about, but I accept it as a reality that there is a certain inertia attached. You've got to really put your shoulder into changing the decision of a public body, and you've got to come up with good reasons. So it's almost a systemic bias, not a personal one, it's a systemic bias in favour of the status quo, which is exactly what, frankly, we got with this decision. But just turning the bullet points, the public feedback that's provided through the empathy report and summarised in the council officer's report to the first full council meeting on this is supportive of any option. I mean, these are aspirational qualities for councillors and the performance of their jobs that, to be honest, as I think a couple of you have said, really more to do with the personal fit and the personal skills of the people we elect rather than the system. So having councillors who are responsive and take a district-wide view, well, any model will achieve that if you've got the right people. More importantly, I mean, it is interesting to hear what Councillors Holber and Coote say, but the actual formal decisions do not give us a reason for the choice in the sense of the issue that I'm after, because they know full well that we have got this issue of non-compliance in terms of fair representation. They also know it's going to get worse. Now, to justify that, you actually need really good countervailing reasons about why that's important. And whatever their personal opinions on that subject are, the fact of the matter is that the council as a whole has not given a decision on it. And it's helpful to get the briefing from the councillors, but I don't think the Commission owes any sort of deference to that. You just look at what is actually decided and what the level of analysis is. So it's a statutory process, but there's no recorded reference to those fundamental purposes. And I don't agree with Mr. Turver on very much, but the initial council decision did involve a significantly less democratic outcome. And that troubled me, it really did, because to me it wasn't consistent with a council that was looking at the issues in the same way that I do. Well, that's not a surprise, but I kind of try and look at what the statute actually requires. What's the purpose of local government? You know, to enable democratic decision-making on behalf of communities. The community's at the heart of all of this. It's not about a mini central government where you centralise power and operate as a kind of board of directors. It's about empowering communities, as messy as that is. And I just come back to, without that analysis, there is a strong suspicion, as I've said here on the second to last bullet point, that councillors ultimately simply went into a comfort zone and said, well, it's too hard to think of anything else. We'll stick with what we've got because nobody's manning the barricades about it. But I do want to say, especially in response to something Councillor Holber said, it's got to work in practice. There is no practical experience for these councillors to fall back on. It's been 2004 since Kapiti worked on a ward system. Most of the other councillors, over 80% in New Zealand, find the ward system the appropriate one. The question for the councillors should have been, what is the single distinguishing thing that makes us different and makes us able to get away with reaching the fair representation requirement? Just very quickly, then turning the page on statutory context, I don't want this to sound like a technical point in the sense that I'm trying to obscure merit arguments. As I've said here, my point is the council's made the wrong choice based on the alternatives that would comply with the legislation. And if you don't agree with that, then nothing I say about my legal interpretation is going to change that. So that remains the main thing. But I do really think it's important to examine this issue of non-compliance because the way the council made the decision has basically guaranteed the problem, as I've said. And so you start by having to choose one of three options: full ward, full district wide, or a mix. That's one decision. The next decision is how many. But when you make the how many decision, if it involves wards, you have to go and fit it with the requirements of effectiveness and fairness. And in fact, those sections, 19V and 19T, use the words must ensure. And that applies to the commission as well. So you must ensure that it complies if it can. And the only reason it can't is that the council seems to have set this 5-5 split in stone. And here's the point. There is no requirement for an equality. You can have any ratio you want to. And in fact, the other two councils, Taronga and Hutt, have 6-6, but they don't have a problem with the 10% rule. Kapiti has 5-5, which, as I say, guarantees a problem with the fairness rule. And there we have it. So this is a case, and the reason I put all the stuff here that I'm not going to read about context is that it's the outcome when you approach these things in a sequential way rather than looking at the thing overall. So what the council failed to do was say, yeah, we're going to have a partial ward system and it's going to be 5-5, when they should have said, what do we need to do with any sort of ward system? We need to make it work. And I'm not going to go into the thing about parochialism. I think that's sort of boxing its shadows. Some councillors that are full ward councils manage perfectly well. Some don't. That's the reality. You take, if you're an elected member, you take your declaration at the start saying you're going to act in the best interest of the district, and you do or you don't, that's over to you. But it is not a necessary consequence of having wards. So let me just wrap up then. I'm probably outstayed my welcome. First of all, let me just throw in this last bit of context about the purpose of local government. It is inherently about localism, about communities. It's not about centralising and acting as a board of directors. And in fact, if you want to look at company boards of directors who have independent directors, they only need one or two. They only need one or two hard nuts who are paid to keep asking the hard questions. Why is this good for the district? Etc., etc. And a lot of councillors can do this by simply appointing people to, say, a finance committee or an audit committee who have specialised knowledge, and that's their job, and they have a full vote, and you disregard them at your peril. But so the better options, well, there's one mathematically that works, and that's 7-3. I mean, I don't particularly favour it, but I would grasp it with both hands if that was the chosen alternative. I don't think the case for district-wide membership is really made out in Kapiti, but in my view, the better option is to select the entire council on a ward basis. It's what most of New Zealand does. It's what delivers the best results, logically, for most of New Zealand. And I just reiterate that everybody who's elected makes the same declaration. So thanks for your time. I hope that wasn't too garbled.
Chris, it wasn't garbled at all, and certainly the level of detail in your original submission and then in your second submission is incredibly and professionally well set out, which to be frank with you often makes it difficult to ask questions because you really, and I'm genuine, you've really, I mean, you understand it, you've got a long history that I know, and you've been able to articulate it particularly well. One of the questions that I would float as we try and learn and understand from a commission's perspective, it would be nice to understand in the right of reply from councillors, why did you go out with what you originally went out with? You know, what was what drove that? Because clearly from that point, there's quite a lot of energy being generated within the community. So one would have to ask, what was it that centred the council on proposing this as the option? Because that's essentially what happened. So let's understand, that will help us to understand. And then the second question in the right reply is what's wrong with all wards and no at large from the council's perspective. Let us hear that, because that's the that's the guts of what's been proffered here by Mr. Mitchell. He went out with this. Where did that come from? I think it should be this, and I'm keen to understand from you and from council about your perspectives on that. I'll move to Commissioner Bigham just to check in. Any questions?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Really, I totally support Chairman Duffy's comments around the detail and the precision in your submissions, which clearly outlines your position. But if I can explore a couple of things with you. Early in your submission today, you spoke about agreeing with Mr. Turver about what you believe was the fall down in the democratic, I think I wrote it down here correctly, the democratic outcome, or perhaps it was the democratic decision making. You believe that the council didn't do a good job in that aspect. What do you think should have happened rather than what did happen?
Well, what should have happened, I think, and look, this is a lawyer speaking. I'm conscious of the need for political pragmatism. I really am. But I think if you start this process, as the Commission has to do, really, by recognising that you not only have to be pragmatic, but you also have to work within a legal framework. The council would have been a lot more sensitive, for example, to the officers saying, we don't recommend that you go down this route because it doesn't comply. And really why we're here, and I entirely agree with you, Mr. Chair, about asking that question. But I just think that the option, and guidelines are guidelines. So there was nothing to stop the council going out and saying, well, what about just going back to wards? But actually seriously analysing that, the analysis that was done on the council's behalf was actually very good. I mean, it came up with all the reasons why wards are good and all the reasons why district-wide's good. And so there was a good balance of information. What's lacking is how the council reconciled in its own mind choosing an option that just gives us this unfairness. I'm sorry, there's not a very good answer to your question, Commissioner. I'm sorry, but best I can do.
Just then follow up with a lot of your kōrero has referenced the need for fair representation, especially for the Waikanae area and the growth projections. So one of perhaps the questions that I would have for council is, what are the growth projections over the next 10, 20 years for Waikanae? Understanding that submitters have said that will continue to affect the ratio. But Mr. Mitchell, can I ask you, in terms of fair representation and effective representation, you've concentrated quite, what I think anyway, from my understanding, is quite heavily on fair representation. What are your thoughts around fair being equally balanced with effective representation? Because sometimes we know that just having 2 or 3 councillors doesn't mean that you've got 2 or 3 good councillors. So how does that stack up for you, fair and effective?
Well, they're given equal weight in the law. You have to do both. Fairness is ultimately, if you like, a mathematical thing. It's ensuring the equality of votes. It's like stopping gerrymandering in local government, in central government. It's fundamentally, almost constitutionally unfair to have an outcome where one vote's worth more than someone else. So that's fair. Effective involves a lot more judgment. I appreciate that, because effectiveness in this context is about identifying and almost necessarily aggregating different communities of interest. I know there's probably very few communities of interest, for example, that are going to be represented by their own ward. So the more you break down communities of interest, the more it is a challenge, and I don't argue with that. But I don't think what I'm asking for, I suppose, to answer your question in terms of achieving fairness compromises effectiveness. I don't think that at all, especially not when you go to a full ward system where Councillor Coots, for example, was raising the issue of Otaki. And fair enough too, Otaki would end up with two members if you had an 11-member council. Even if you had 10, you're still going to have a boundary issue. If you have, if council goes ahead with its proposal in the next few years of having a Māori ward, then that's going to affect Otaki, because that's where a large section of the Māori electoral voters actually live. So yeah, all those things. Don't pretend to have the answers.
Okay, conscious of time, I think we've had a pretty good go. Chris, thanks very, very much for the effort and the energy. And
thank you all.
Wish us well in our deliberations later.
I do wish you well. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Chris. Okay, Penny, I know we're behind time and I apologise, but we've just got one more before our little break, which we probably won't have, but we'll see how we go. So Richard Mansell.
Yes, Richard is here. He's been watching, so I'll just bring him through now.
And Anita, we go to page 53.
Yep, bottom.
Lovely, Richard has joined us, so we just need him to unmute. He's all over it. We're good to go.
Kelly, I'm just trying to become live. Where's my camera? There we go. There we go. I'm here.
Hello, Richard. Welcome.
Kia ora, Brendan.
I apologise, we're a little bit late, but I think you understand, you know, some of these things just we want to make sure everybody gets a fair go.
Yeah, well, I've been watching with a lot of interest and making some notes and changing some points. Well, hopefully.
You've been influenced.
I have. Oh, I'm sorry.
Right, we're in your hands.
I'm going to read from my notes because I find that way I don't disappear off down the rabbit hole. I found this process of representation review quite a new, interesting and at times frustrating process. Normally wouldn't bother getting involved, but I've made a commitment to the people of Waikanae when I decided to go onto the community board that I would represent their interests, so I have. Now, I'm not speaking today as a member of or as the community board's representative, because that's being done by our chair, but also I'm doing it as a vitally interested resident of Waikanae. So if you can sort of balance two hats, that's me. As I said in my submission, that I object to the final proposal from KCDC for representation because it does not take into account the need for fair representation for the residents of Waikanae. I believe that Waikanae is a well-defined community of interest. It has approximately 25% of the population, and under the proposal, Waikanae would only receive one direct representative. This one representative would be at 25% of the calculation that has to come, which is outside the plus or minus 10%. And I don't believe any valid reasons were given for accepting this size of underrepresentation for Waikanae. Now, I was going to talk about the process, but I'll give it a go and see if I get shot down. I thought it was sloppy and confusing. I participated as much as I could through Zoom meetings and virtual and nothing live, and it was difficult to become involved as an outsider. Speaking rights were very restricted. You could sit and listen and yell at the screen, but you couldn't actually influence people. The initial proposal from KCDC, I put it to them that it was put up as a straw man to encourage some communication with some submissions, because it was just so far out of what was normal. The lumping of Waikanae in with Paparamu and doing away with community boards that seem to work in parts quite well. So I told them I thought that was obviously done to get people to have their say. And then the process to basically go one way, consult that way, and then change their minds completely. I mean, they didn't have the courage to stick with their original convictions. So they obviously didn't value their original convictions, and therefore do they value their current conviction. They changed track completely, which I thought was a bit crazy. I told them I thought it was nuts, and the mayor picked up on that. And I didn't think that the new proposal had been sufficiently or effectively put to the community to have their say on. They were talking about something else, and all of a sudden we have a different choice to make. So I think there is a relatively easy fix to this, and that is to change the district-wide and ward councillor mix by going 5 and 5, as Chris Mitchell said, and you make that decision first. There's no way in hell you can ever get to fair representation because the numbers just won't allow it. I haven't done the numbers because I don't have access to all that mesh block information, and I don't understand where any potential boundaries would be. But if somebody says that 7-3 works, then probably it does. Or you could go really crazy and go all wards or all district wide and do away with any issues with fair representation. On a final note, I'd just say that I'd support the decision to keep community boards, because I think they are a valuable but underutilised method of representation in our communities, and it would be a shame to do away with them. In fact, I think they should be strengthened. I noticed one of the questions was, what could they do? And I quickly jotted down that they could be involved with parks, with roading, and with facilities, council facilities within the district or within the ward. So those are the 3 things. There's probably other things you can come up with, but off the top of my head, and in very short space of time, I went that way. So I'm aware that everyone's running behind time. I'm the last person between now and lunch, and I don't want to be that person. So I'll finish there and answer any questions, which there probably won't be any.
No. Look, Richard, it doesn't matter that we're behind time. We have technology and ways of means of sorting that out. So just on the record, we will take the next speaker, Mr. Sampson, who I believe is listening. So just so he knows, we'll get to that in a moment. But going back to your submission, hold on, there's pages. Can I just, under your heading possible solution, you said during the representation review, there was a potential solution put forward on many occasions involving the creation of smaller wards. I don't need to read the rest of it. Oh, yes, I will. In the final paper to council, this was known as option A, where 2 extra wards were created in Waikanae Beach and Paraparaumu that would solve the problem. So the question to you is that the problem solved?
It's a solution to a problem of the underrepresentation of Waikanae.
Yeah.
We end up with 2 wards, 2 councillors. The person who strongly proposed this was Win Compton, Councillor Compton, and he, and all the time I was listening, he was promoting it and getting nowhere. But it seemed to sort out the problem for Waikanae. It may create problems for Otaki. It possibly creates problems for Paraparaumu, but I didn't have to care about them.
Right.
I care about Waikanae because it's where I
Yeah.
live.
So the question we will put to council is could you better explain why it is that doesn't work as you went through your decision-making process? I think that will be a useful point to understand, to help us understand. And so your sense is that a 7-3 split in your mind works better, but I get a feeling that if it was all wards, you'd probably be even happier. And you've got a strong message that retention of community boards, though you are a biased Waikanae member, you see community boards across your district as important.
Absolutely. Community boards, I mean, Waikanae is probably the worst example to give because we've gone through chaos in the last triennium, or this triennium, and it's notoriously, should I say, difficult. There might be some people nodding in the background there. But examples like Otaki in the past, when Councillor Coots was on it, very effective. And Paikakariki certainly currently is viewed as a very effective community board. And maybe we need to go, and was it Chris Mitchell or was it Chris Turver suggested educating community board members, or maybe getting a better method of operation. When I sit on our community board, and it's process driven, and if you do the process, we've ticked our boxes and we can all go home and be happy. But I don't know that the outcomes that we get are particularly good. I've heard that Paikakariki's community board operates in a completely different way, but gets good outcomes. So maybe we need to look at the process and then the education of the people within the community boards.
Okay, so just as an observation, Commissioner Bigham lives the community board life, in fact leads significantly across New Zealand in this area. We as a commission, of course, it's not for us to determine the individual performances of elected members. It's the structure. Then after that, we get out of it. So we won't comment in that space. There's training across New Zealand at all sorts of levels of people wish to take it up, but if they don't take it up, well, we don't get very far. So I just need to go to Commissioner Bigham. Questions, or are you comfortable?
I did have the question around the smaller wards. Thank you, Duffy. But I just, if I may, Richard, just explore with you a bit further. You talk about the creation of the smaller wards solving the problem potentially and increasing representation for Waikanae. But is there such a differentiation between the communities to suggest that should happen? You know, this beach town split, is this such a big thing, or have you just thrown this in there as a way to get more reps for Waikanae?
In the past, you'd say that Waikanae Beach was a different community. There were a large amount of beach houses, batches, people coming out of Wellington for the weekend and things. That has changed dramatically in the last 5 years since the expressway was built. And you're finding that more and more people are living there. As as Chris Turver said, there's a large amount of growth down that area. There's the Narara subdivision, which has the potential, I think, for 800 housing units. We've got Somerset, who are looking at putting in 300 housing units. We've got within the Narara subdivision, certainly there's another retirement village, and I can't imagine that will be anything less than about 300 units. There's a huge amount of growth going down there, and it could be viewed as a different area, but probably 2 representatives out of Waikanae would cover both areas. I mean, currently our ward councillor is a Waikanae Beach resident. So, and nobody's representing the village except Councillor Coots, who has a shop there.
Thank you. Perhaps can I just ask council staff again? I had asked for projections into the future for population for Waikanae. If it at all possible, has that been split down to differentiation between Waikanae and the beach?
Right, we're done, Richard. Thank you for the presentation and the energy that you put into your community. Wish us luck.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Right.
So we'll take, look, we're going to keep going, guys. I know we're behind, but out of respect to Mr. Sampson, who I believe is on the phone, Penny, can we do that? And then I think we should take a wee break. That's a bit of a pun, isn't it? So we'll just take 5 minutes after this next presentation. I imagine people need to have a little bit of a, is that all right to sort out, Penny?
Yes, absolutely. So Mr. Sampson is here. I believe he can hear us, but as you've said, he's joining by phone, so he doesn't have any visuals associated. I'll just bring him into the meeting now, and you should be able to hear him at that point. Here we go. Hopefully this works. Okay, so I think Mr. Sampson is with us now. He'll just need to unmute himself if that's possible. Look at that, that's perfect. Can you hear us?
I can indeed. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Sampson. Welcome. And you've got a little bit of a sense around what's occurring at the moment. I know you can't see us, but we can certainly hear you and confirm that we've read your original submission, and we're looking forward to the observations that you'd like to make now.
Yeah, g'day. Well, I'm Rod Sampson, Awatiri Farm. We've been on this land for 99 years now. This property's been in our family. We're one of the original settlers in New Zealand. We've been here 181 years. And when I first heard that they were rechanging the boundaries and cutting my property off and putting it into Otaki, I was a bit concerned. I only found this out. No one approached me. I only found this out when I was in the library one day in Waikanae. One of the librarians pointed it out to me, and I thought, so, well, hang on a minute. No one's got a hold of me. So I got on and I put my submission in. I feel a bit aggrieved because, like I say, our family's been here a hell of a long time. We've been involved with Waikanae all our lives, like my grandparents, my parents, myself, my children. We've all been Waikanae schooled. We've been Waikanae, played rugby for Waikanae. We've some in the Waikanae pools. All my relatives are buried in Waikanae in the cemetery. All my cousins, relatives, all sorts. There's a huge crowd in there. We've generally been involved with Waikanae fairly heavily all our lives. And then someone comes along and decides that I'm going to live in Otaki, where I have no relatives per se. I have some relatives in Ohau, some in Manukau, but not Otaki as such. And I just feel a bit aggrieved that, you know, we're getting transferred out from somewhere where we've lived for 99 years on this property, and we're getting cut off and shoved into Otaki, which has no relevance to me or my whānau. It annoys me that someone can come along and, without even consulting before the fact. If I hadn't have gone to the library, I would not have known about this, and I would not have probably put a submission in. And what I'd like to, what I really want is I want to stay in Waikanae, because all my life has been Waikanae. All my family is Waikanae. We're an old family, as I've explained, and you know, you can walk into Waikanae and the place is full of cousins and relations and whatever. and eventually I'll be buried in the Waikanae Cemetery. And to get transferred, to have someone draw a line and transfer my property off into Otaki, I think that's a bit rude, personally. I'm a little bit annoyed, and my general whānau in Waikanae are not very happy about it. They think it's a bit stink. And I'd just like someone to sort of have a look at it and think, well, hang on, you know, it is a bit rude, and it shouldn't happen. So that's really my grievance. My big grievance, you know, it's you know, we've lived here this long. Why can someone turn around and suddenly say, I'm going to live in Otaki, when we've had no dealings really with Otaki our whole life? My grandfather was a well-respected person on the New Zealand War Board. He was knighted by the Queen. And, you know, I just think it's a bit rude that we're getting pushed out when we've done so much for the community over the years. We've been involved with so much of the community in so many different aspects. And, you know, I'd like someone to look into it and say, well, hang on a minute. You know, it is a bit rude, and it's a bit on the nose.
Okay.
And,
Can I ask
well,
a
that's what
question?
I'd like someone. Yep.
Can I just ask the question? Since you put your submission in, have you had any communication with any of the elected members of the council?
No.
Okay. Have you had any communication with any officials from the council?
No.
So at this
No
point,
one
you've had,
no one's. They told me they'd speak to me, but no one's spoken to me. No one's got a hold of me. You know, I do know some councillors, and they never approached me per se. I speak to them, but they never have actually got on to me about this particular problem.
okay, so right, so essentially you've made your observations pretty clear, but at this point, other than what you've read or spotted, there's been no dialogue with you. So that's fine. We'll just park that there for a minute. I'll just check in with Commissioner Bigham to see if there's any questions. Are you?
Just thank you, Mr. Sampson. Appreciate your time today and speaking to us. This is probably more a question for the council in terms of the mesh block numbers where Mr. Sampson lives. How drastically would it affect the ratios and the calculations for that mesh block to be included or to retain its Waikanae status rather than the Otaki status, would be my question.
Yeah, and it's absolutely the right question. So essentially, the question there, Mr. Sampson, will help the Commission to understand the level of significance that boundary change actually makes. So we'll find out the numbers of that, and that will help us in our consideration in our deliberations later on. So, yep, you go.
Well, you know, I don't think there's going to be a lot of big numbers involved here. I'm not sure how many people it takes in, but I'm sure it won't be a great deal in numbers. I can't see that that should be a problem. I honestly can't see where council should have a worry with it. But that's, you know, to be decided amongst you guys.
So what we'll do, the second part of that question that we'll ask council is to give an explanation as to why they chose that line. So there's two questions going to be asked. What are the number of individuals affected in that mesh block? And the second question to council, what is the reasoning behind moving that line? So we'll get those points answered in the right of reply, and then that helps us when we go away to consider in our deliberations what the final outcome will be.
the way I look at it, some shiny ass has been sitting in his office and decided he'd draw a line with his pen and with his felt pen, and hey presto, next minute I'm in Otaki. Well, you know,
Yeah.
as you can understand, I'm pretty aggrieved with that. I have heard no communication from council, no, you know, we're one of the older residents on this coast, and, you know, no communication with council, no nothing.
Okay, I think it's fair to say we've got your message very loud and very clear. Your submission certainly succinctly gave us that message, and I have a sense there'll be some follow-up after this. So let's park that there, Mr. Sampson. Thank you for hanging in there on the phone and using the technology to the best of your ability. It's a challenge for all of us, but I'm very pleased with that.
Yeah, well, I'm technically challenged. I'm a pretty technological challenged person, according to my children, but hopefully I've got my point across, and hopefully someone can look into it, because it is a bit galling, really, to be, you know, shoved out of Waikanae and told you're going to be living in Otaki when, you know, all our lives. It's,
right. Got the message.
Cool.
Thank you, mate.
Well, cool. We all done?
Yeah, we're all done. You can hang up now, Mr. Sampson. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Cool.
Bye.
Cool.
Rightio team, we deserve a break. Where are we? Penny, can you guide us? Are we all good for a wee break?
Yes, I believe so, as long as our appellants are happy to just be patient with us. So essentially, if we take a break, our live streaming continues to run. So if everyone can just keep themselves on mute, and they might like to pop off their video. And then Brendan, all we need to know is what time to come back.
Well, it's according to my humble piece of technology here, it's 12 minutes past. So why don't we come back at 12:20? Just take 7 minutes. If people want to hang up and come back on, all well and good. But let's take a break, and on the millisecond of 12:20, we'll kick into it again.
Sounds good. Thank you.
We're all rapidly wiping the crumbs off our chins. Well done, everybody. Okay. So we're going to bring in Mr. Westbury.
Yes, I'll do that now.
And Benita, we're going to page 171. I think. Yep.
There's an outside chance that James might still be coming back from the break, Brendan. I'll just see again whether he's there and ready to join us.
So just while that's happening for the council's perspective, we'll just push time out at the other end, so don't feel threatened by it tightening up. We'll need a decent break for preparation, one for a lunch break and two for preparation for writer replies. So we've got James, Patrick and Gerald.
There we go. James has just joined in with us now, and I'm sure it'll just take him a moment to come off mute and turn video on if that's an option, and we should be away.
Thank you. So James is there, but we can neither see nor hear at the moment.
No, that's right. So I'll just see if I can do something about unmuting. I'll push a button at this end and see what happens.
Hello,
Here
James.
we go.
Hello, James.
Hi, how you going?
We're good. Are you in a bit of, are you able to press the camera button, or are we having you?
It depends on what the quality of the thing is. Well, I can try, but if it, yeah. So
okay.
Yeah, we go.
Okay, we've got you. Fantastic. Now, just let me check in. Have you been observing proceedings?
I have indeed.
You have, so we don't need to explain. You've got the handle on it.
I do indeed.
Brilliant.
Just one thing. I see Donald's on the commission there. Just as a to make sure there's no conflicts of interest. Donald's my neighbour up in Waitarere too. So just thought I'd flag that.
There's no conflict, all you fantastic people moving into the Horowhenua, believe me.
Oh, indeed, it's a good place.
Okay, we'll go back to being very neutral, and we look forward to your observations.
No, just in terms of, I'm going to keep this really simple and quick, to be honest. I thought about reading quite a substantial bit of material, and some of the other submitters have covered some of the detail in quite detail. What I really wanted to say is, one, this process is about empowering communities, and not empowering communities is through a democratic process. And unfortunately, what's a result or a consequence of the representation review, that it really means that Waikanae continues to be disadvantaged. We've been disadvantaged as a community for the last 3 trienniums by which I've been a participant on the Waikanae Community Board. It does make it very challenging with regards to ensuring that our community is fairly represented. And I hear people talk about effective representation, you know, just in terms of the numbers itself, 24.98% underrepresented, you know, that is significant and considerable. You know, the voice that you would have heard from our community alone and the volume of submissions from Waikanai undoubtedly means, and I feel that the council possibly misread the thoughts and feelings of our community at the grassroots level. As a community board member and the chair, you know, I've tried to highlight these concerns through to council vociferously, and also I've heard about increasing delegations for community boards. It's something that you know, I feel very passionate about. You know, the limited delegations that we've got possibly does have an impact on people's interest and potential for engaging in local government, because actually if you've got very little delegations, your ability to influence your community gets eroded, and therefore as it potentially leads to a consequence of lack of participation in the democratic process. Waikanai, if you look at the deviation of underrepresentation, is actually the worst in New Zealand from the details I've seen most recently. And I don't doubt that in order to be fairly represented, you've got to have effective representation. I feel that Waikanai has put forward very credible candidates in the past as our ward councillors. You know, we've previously, you know, at the moment we've had Jocelyn, and we've also had Michael Scott in the past, who have been very effective councillors. However, you know, just on numbers alone, when it comes to voting, means that as a community and a population, we don't actually get to have our fair say at a council table. And the current construct that we've got in place of 5 ward and 5 district wide, actually through no fault of its own, actually even at the moment has created an unintended consequence. For example, and I've put it in my notes, 4 councillors of 11 seats are occupied by Otaki residents. You know, so at the moment, Otaki is very well represented. And it's not to say Waikanai couldn't put their hands up to do that, but however, the continuation of a model that enables a community to be unfairly represented is certainly not reasonable. And it's not, given our demographic changes in the next sort of 5 years, we've got 2 significant aged care groups moving into our neighbourhood. We've got 3 significant developments going on. And I know that a representation review is only about the here and now and the census data, but actually in the past we've been underrepresented, and this is going to continue that issue. Really all Waikanai is asking for is that we are fairly and effectively represented. We are really pleased that the council has recognised that the value of community boards and what we add. You know, Waikanai Community Board's been instrumental in securing funding in the long-term plan for the re-establishment of our library, the investment in our parks, and investment in our local hall at Waikanai Beach. You know, we've been vociferous advocates to trying to secure, I think we've secured about $17 million worth of investment in the long-term plan. It's about targeting what our involvement is and making sure that we are genuine advocates for our community. And I want to make sure that continues. What I found really interesting in this review process was that the council recognised that Raumati's not fairly represented from a community board perspective, yet from a council at a ward level, it's okay to continue an underrepresentation. So they've fixed one aspect, but not fixed another that's never been a point of contention in the past. So really what we're seeking is to ensure that Waikanai does have fair representation at a ward councillor level. Ideally, we'd like to see 2 ward councillors representing our community. Now, you could achieve that by reducing the number of district-wide councillors. I've made the comment before in my last submission, is that as a community board, we very seldomly see district-wide councillors even participate in our community board meetings. So when they say district-wide potentially gets involvement or is able to do the grassroots stuff at a macro level, well, they don't even, most of them don't genuinely attend our meetings. I've been a community board member for 3 trienniums now. I could count on 2 hands the number of times that I've seen district-wide councillors attend my community board meeting. I thought I'd leave it.
Yeah. May I just ask a question there? Does the council delegate at-large electeds to community boards?
Not really, no.
Okay.
They've been given portfolios, so it's a significant shortcoming in the process by which our current structure is devised.
Okay, thank you.
Now that might be one way of addressing that, but I still don't think it adequately addresses the representation issue of ensuring that Waikanae residents have a fair seat at the table to have their community represented.
Okay. Can I ask a question? In your submission, which is under the heading of the community board, and you as chair, you make the observation the Waikanae Community Board believes the proposal to establish hand-picked local groups chosen by a council to represent our community is undemocratic. What does that mean?
At one stage, one of the proposals that was put forward by council was to establish local group members to represent community boards. So to have hand-picked members of the public or engaged members of the community to represent or supplant the role of community boards. So at the moment, I'm making the assumption that community boards are going to stay.
So did that actually happen?
That was part of the consultation process, yes.
So I think can I just leave a question there for councils to respond? Is that what, can we get clarity? Because that doesn't ring very well.
So at the moment, the current model is that they're going to keep community boards. So in terms of the statement, if they are keeping community boards, that we don't need to rely on that statement. If they're going to get rid of community boards, or the outcome of this review goes back to the view that you don't want or see the value of community boards, and that you might go back to one of the options that was put forward by KCDC, is that they would use selected individuals to ensure that they had grassroots feedback on a particular issue.
Second question is I just want to get the terminology so I'm really clear. So does the Waikanae Community Board encompass Waikanae and Waikanae Beach?
It does indeed.
Yeah, thank you.
Waikanae is quite an unusual community because we've been dissected by the expressway. Waikanae Beach does have, in some ways, a sense of its own community, where they've got a Waikanae Beach outcomes project and process that's been established in terms of Waikanae over the expressway, so to speak, is more identified with the town centre. So from a communities of interest, Waikanae is a community of interest, but you've got sub-communities of interest within Waikanae too.
Yeah, and I did note in that 2017 Waikanae, now I can't find it, there was a very strong, I felt, relationship between the two communities. They were getting tighter and tighter.
Waikanae is a very community-focused community in terms of they work well as a member of the community, as a business owner within that community. It's the fabric between both Waikanae Beach and the town centre is very integrated. However, there are aspects of the beach and the town that make their areas quite different, but not to say that should they be a community of interest on their own right, or should it be looked at in a ward-based approach? If you were to consider having 2 ward-based councillors, my suggestion would be that it's not broken down by the beach and the town centre, so to speak.
Okay, I'm just trying to get that clarity, so that's helpful. Commissioner Bigham, do you have any questions?
Just thank you, James. You've actually answered some of the questions I've noted down. Just note in your submission in your second bullet point where you say Waikanai as a constituted community. Can you expand a little bit more on that? What did you mean by that?
It's a community of interest. What I was trying to say, it's actually a community that represents or has its own location, like in terms of we're bordered by a river. We're bordered by two rivers, actually, Waikanai River, and then you've got the Otaki River further north. So we're actually an independent, we're not a merged suburb that, if you say, for example, Paparomu and Raumati, there's no clear line of delineation.
Yeah.
We're a clear community on our own.
That's great, thank you. And just potentially a question, and you talked about the wider ward councillors not necessarily participating at community board level. And I can't remember if I have read it, sorry, having a brain fade. Are the general councillors not necessarily coming to community boards? Are ward councillors appointed to community boards in the areas?
The ward councillor is, so Jocelyn participates in our community board meeting.
Okay, so perhaps then a question back to council. If a Raumati community board is established, who gets that job to, seeing as there's no Raumati ward, who would get the job to go and be the appointee for the Raumati council, and how would that be decided from the ward? But otherwise, that's all I have today.
Yeah, I've just got, the one thing that I found quite interesting through this process, like Jocelyn pulled together what I'd call a back of a fag packet split. If you devised each of the areas or council, up with wards, you can actually quite easily do it on a ward-based basis without breaking the 10% rule by applying the councillors at a level. So, for example, Waikanai would have two councillors. So there is some pretty simple maths, and happy to share that with you. I haven't got it in front of me at the moment, but it was something that I don't, for some unknown reason, why it didn't get enough traction. I think the council was so fixated on the basis of having ward and district wide that they actually failed to look at, well, what is the benefits of actually having a genuine ward-based remit.
Thank you, James.
Okay, James, thanks for the effort and the energy you take up in your role on the community board. Thanks for the submission.
Thank you.
We'll deliberate and make our decision in due course. So thank you.
No, thanks a lot. Thanks for the opportunity to put forward our views.
Cheers, James. Thank you.
Cheers, bye.
Now, Penny, where are you? There you are.
I'm right here. So I will just bring in our next person, who I believe is Pat Dignan. Great, Pat, we can see you, and if you talk to us, we'll test if we can hear you.
Yes, you're able to hear.
Wonderful, and I believe you've got a presentation that you'd like me to put up, is that correct?
Not yet, please.
Okay, you let me know when you're ready.
Yes.
Pat, I'm Brendan Duffy, Chair of the Commission, and I understand you've been observing so far.
I have, thank you.
Right, fantastic. So you've seen the procedure, so we're in your hands, Pat.
You're I will first just perhaps assist you by just offering a few points that arise from listening to the presentations. The first point that I would like to just mention is that the original proposition, that is the 3 wards with the amalgamation of Paparamu and Waikanai, moved the border of what it was called then the Northern Ward, in other words, the Otaki Ward, south. the one result of that is that the original proposal had overrepresentation of Otaki by nearly 12%, 11.92%. So if I might suggest, Commissioner, that Duffy, that when the council explained why they came up with that, one element of it, why did it sort of unnecessarily exacerbate an overrepresentation of the Northern Ward by moving the boundary compared to the existing boundaries? I observed Councillor Coote's concern, as he put it, about a block vote of the centre of the district. The centre of the district is 60%. I have to observe, given that comment, that as I have advised you by way of a transcript, the councillors were told that fair representation was the least of the concerns, others being the identification of communities of interest and what structure they would have. Secondly, they were told, at least the mayor told councillors, that because the motorway was not yet finished, that it was irrelevant, the Peka Peka to Otaki strip. I've listened with great interest to Commissioner Bigham asking questions about population projections. I have to tell you, when I had a discussion with Councillor Pravanov, the Waikanae councillor, that led to her watching the Otaki, the Waikato hearing that you held just last week. She was amazed to find that the future population was considered to be relevant because she had been told it was not. Unfortunately, those factors have contributed, I fear, to a really unsatisfactory consultation process. To be blunt, the original proposition was designed to solve the Waikanae representation issue, but to do it by boosting the representation of Otaki and diminishing the influence of the so-called Central Bloc. To be blunt, it is the case, as James mentioned, that with 4 councillors from Otaki and also a little assistance from other councillors, you have a majority. Now, the way this has affected Waikanae, to give you one example, is that we had a recycling and green waste centre in Waikanae. It has now ceased to be a recycling centre. And Jocelyn argued about the inefficiency of requiring Waikanae residents to go to Aotearoa, but it was her concerns were overridden. I just give you one example. I want to now just come back to say that, as you will see from the analysis I provided you, to get fair representation, you either change the border or you change the number of ward councillors. If you have to go to 11 ward councillors to strictly comply with the 10% guideline. You can almost comply with it with 10. I think it's Paikakariki Rauhati being disadvantaged. So the other issue is the border. Now, I've looked at that myself. You've heard the last speaker, Mr. Royd. the reality is that between the Otaki and rivers and Waikanae rivers, there is an iwi boundary. In fact, in October 1839, there was a battle on the banks of the Waikanae River, at which Ngāti Rakawa and Te Atiawa had a battle with actually Te Raha watching. So it's said, according to the placard at the river. And if one looks at the detail of that, the Otaki contingent, or Ngāti Rakawa, retreated to their traditional boundary, which is actually south of Peka Peka. If you were to sort of give full respect to that boundary, you are put in a sort of almost intolerable conflict between Mr. Royd's interests and the development of the area. I've drawn attention to your last consideration. And furthermore, if iwi boundaries, the way that, to respect iwi boundaries, if it was a policy to do so, would be to change entire districts. I mean, in that sense, the district boundary would take Otaki into Horowhenua. I realise this is going way beyond the scope, but I'm just illustrating the point, Commissioner. Well, with that, if I might, could I get the my slides put up, and I'll just briefly go through them. Well, to start with, okay, if I can have the next one, I'll speak on behalf of my wife. Okay, we have a residence at Waikanae. Could you just go to the next slide? Thank you very much. Right. Well, as you know, the final proposal makes Waikanae the most underrepresented ward in New Zealand. There were in the Commission's table, had Christchurch, we had Waikato, and we had Kaipara had even more underrepresentation. They remedied it. Waikato did not have to, but did. Unfortunately, KCDC had got diverted into trying to do an amalgamation, and in doing so to diminish the influence of the centre and increase the influence of Otaki, because it reflected more councillors coming from that area. And it's regrettable that this becomes an Otaki-Waikanae issue to some extent, but it is reality. And Councillor Coots, who lives on the boundary and quite naturally wants it further away, further south, he introduced the matter in his own way of putting it. Okay, Empathy reported that most people who gave any detailed comments wanted more ward councillors and they preferred smaller wards. The current ward population is 22, 15,000, 11,000, 10,000. You look for what technically is the highest common factor. In mathematical terms, it's about 5,000. Divide that into 55,000, and so 57,000 population, you get 11 councillors. And as the tables that I have actually attached to my submission show, that is indeed what you need, 11 ward councillors to get complete compliance with the 10% rule. I've said more ward councillors or boundary changes are the only ways you can go. Now, before I go to talk about option A, I should note that one possible topic that I'd just like to suggest you could consider is Otahanga. Once you have heard that the rivers, in particular the Otaki River, is not considered, if one says that's not a logical boundary because Te Horo identifies more with Otaki, and despite the expressway's effects, then the question of why Waikanae River is the boundary is logically open for discussion. That was suggested by Councillor Randall during the deliberations, for what it's worth. The council staff, faced with the complete rejection of the amalgamation proposal, quite appropriately, and I commend them, came up with option A, which moves the Otaki-Waikanae border north, which appears to be what the 2016 determination by the Commission envisaged. I should add that we, as both personally and also I am the treasurer of the Waikanae Beach Residents Association, between option A with the 7 wards versus option A with 4 wards, in other words, you change the boundaries to be the option A boundaries, but you have Waikanae just as one block instead of 2, but with then 2 councillors, ward councillors. Between those 2, the key issue for us is that we get fair representation. We see merit and see a case for Waikanae Beach being a ward, and in fact, I've explained why having beach coastal wards now would address some very real issues. But I don't want to spend time on that. I think that either way, the central issue for us is representation. Now, if you could go to the next slide, please. Just move it on. Okay. I've mentioned your past determination, commissioners. And I also have explained why Te Oro area is similar to Peka Peka, increasingly similar as you get lifestyle blocks. The expressway strengthens the linkage. So we would support 4 or 6 versions of option A. So I think that the Commission is faced with an unenviable task because you are being told that moving the boundary in between the rivers, moving, in other words, north, as I think you did envisage would happen, is not acceptable. And it's very unfortunate that, there was no systematic consultation with the iwi groups, because it's a bigger issue and it unfortunately has not been addressed. You are getting Councillor Coots telling you what he thinks is the view, and one submission, I think, or maybe 1, 2 or 3. But it is very unfortunate, and it is problematic because I would certainly want to see, iwi and Mana Whenua considerations taken fully into account. But there's also the fact that it's kind of diametrically the opposite move to the concept of Maori wards, because a Maori ward is designed for the whole area. And yet this current proposition, essentially by Councillor Coots, is that it should be that the delineation between wards is determined by boundaries between hapu or iwi. So I simply wanted to air that and to say, there is a lot of respect to be paid, but it is a conflict. I finally just wanted to answer one question that is related to the question of the beach character. I just would, Commissioner Duffy, say that Appendix 3 of the district plan includes a full discussion actually of design characteristics for the beach areas. And in doing so, although it's drafted about why you want characteristics, it, I think, goes a long way towards answering your question. Similarly, as we have supplied in our Waikanae Beach residents submission, Urban Perspectives have done a thorough study of Waikanae. I also want to go back to the point that the expressway does change the flows in the district very considerably. I can go from my house in Te Moana Road to Coastlands, in essence, quicker, or at least I can get to Mega Paita, and particularly, which is right beside the end of the expressway exit at Paparamo. I can get there quicker than I can get to Waikanae town. People from Te Horo, particularly actually from just south of it, will be coming along State Highway 59 in future because they can't get onto the expressway unless they go all the way back to Otaki, and they're then trying to do right turns. So that councillors actually discussed this at one of the videos, but they were told by the mayor that because the motorway wasn't literally open, it was irrelevant. Well, they're actually laying tarmac at Peka right now, so it could well be open, COVID permitting, before the election. I hope that it's been useful,
Yes.
Commissioners.
Yes, look, thank you, Pat. And, I would observe that the original submission that you made was in quite some detail, in quite some significant detail. And a lot of the questions that maybe I would have asked if you, at the start, we've kind of answered as we've gone along. So we've done pretty well. So just check with Commissioner Bigham. Do you have any questions? Well, just while I'm frantically going through mine. Do you have a question, or are you good?
No, I'm actually good. Thanks. Like you, I've been scribbling notes as things have been. And thank you, Pat, for being cognizant of other conversations we've had with other submitters and picking up on those points and answering those as you've gone along, because those are the sorts of questions I would have asked you as well. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, I'll just bear with me. I just want to have one quick check here.
While you're doing that, if I could just be allowed to make one comment, which is that as a former member of the Commerce Commission, I'm amazed at your unavoidable workload. And I would think that between the workload and the requirement to balance fair representation and effective representation, it's a very challenging role that you play. And I think that we should all express gratitude to the Commission for that role and how difficult it might be. You are dependent upon that consultation process, and it did have this problem. There's no solution to that except that we, meaning myself and Gerald, have tried to provide sort of more information that way.
Look, thank you for that observation, and of course you'll appreciate that the Commission team in the back room have an extraordinary amount of work to do. And I do think it's fair that you acknowledge that the decision-making process is governed significantly by the process that local authority takes. And with the variety of local authorities across New Zealand, we have different models in which we engage. So yes, there are some significant challenges, and the workload is not diminishing at the moment. I think we're done. We don't need to ask any questions there. But
thank you very much. I just was going to say that the 2004 court decision, which I read as background for this, sort of Parliament later in 2013, plus that court decision, sort of put some very hot potatoes in your lap. Thank you very much.
That's very generous of you. Now, look, are you staying on for just Penny,
Yes,
help me.
I will. I don't expect Gerald will do the presentation.
Okay.
But if I could be available just in case he wishes
Sure.
to ask me something.
Okay. So we're moving to the last presentation before we take a break. So Gerald is representing the Waikanai Beach Residents Society.
Yes, that's right. And Gerald is hopefully just joining us now. There we go. Right, ready when you're.
Is that ready? Can everybody hear? Sorry.
Kia ora, Gerald.
Kia ora, Commissioner Chair.
Just bear with the wonders of doing Zoom hearings and the technology needed. Right, I've now got my page, and I presume that Commissioner Bingham's good. She's ahead of me. Gerald, have you been watching so far? You've got a handle on it?
Yes, thanks.
Fantastic.
I won't cover some of the early ones, which I didn't see.
Thank you.
I've seen some of the later ones. So
Brilliant. We're in your hands.
Look, firstly, thanks very much for this opportunity. I'm the chair of the Waikanai Beach Residents Society Incorporated. We have about 180 residents, paid up members, I might add. They do pay to join. And we're pretty active in presenting a whole lot of submissions to the KCDC and all sorts of things like annual plans, regional plans, all the sorts of things that are happening in the area. And I will be unashamedly promoting Waikanai, and particularly Waikanai Beach, and I'm happy to answer some of the issues that have been raised about Waikanai Beach. So our objection is to the final outcome of the proposal, the lack of not meeting the 10% rule, which sort of perpetuates a continued underrepresentation at the beach here, really. I did have a larger presentation, but I'm just going to go through and cover some of the points I think that are relevant. Firstly, we thought that the consultation process to start with had a major number of flaws with it. There were limited questions. It didn't ask key questions like, would we be happy with more wards, for instance, which was quite important because the council only put in one option, basically, which is the combination of Waikanai to Parapram to address that. You know, they could have also asked the voting system as well, which I see you have in your guidance. I don't know when that was last done. Should we be using STV versus first past the post as a thing? But one thing that was clear from the consultation was some very clear outcomes. And it's interesting in the end that the council ignored these in its final deliberations. The clear outcomes were the rejection of the Waikanai Parapram amalgamation, which it did resolve in the end. The desire to reduce the number of at-large councillors, that was ignored, and a strong desire to retain community boards, which was adhered to. All of those were the three key points I believe came out of the consultation. In terms of community boards, we actually think that they're really important for society. We've engaged with them on an active basis all the time, and it's been a mutually beneficial process. We do believe that there needs to be a change in the way they're run and the processes that they do carry out. It's quite intimidating now with the them and us attitude. They need to engage with the people that turn up. We give up our time basically to turn up to these meetings just like community board members do. And also, if you look at international best practice now, a lot and the devolution of democratic processes down to the communities, we think they should be given 5% of the rates, basically to administer through the processes of community boards, give them facilities and resources to do what they're charged to do because they're closer to the actual communities that pay this money and their rates. Just moving on, the final KCDC decision. Interesting that I think we are now the worst, we have the worst underrepresented ward in the country. 240 wards I counted the other day in your statistics. This is now the worst underrepresentation in the country. It's also interesting to note that only 15 of the 67 odd district councils have commissioners at large or councillors at large. So it's not the rule, it's the exception. And in our case, we had a 50-50 split between councillors at large versus just general ward councillors. So I also want to just go on now and talk about the strong community of interest at Waikanae Beach. And I see you've got quite clear distinguishing characteristics in your guidance there. There'll have to be perceptual differences, functional and political differences, which are identified in terms of the distinct community of interest. Now, I've got a list of about 6 communities of interest characteristics of the beach. And I'll show you the first one that was talked about by Pat. This is the Waikanae Beach Futures document done by the community some 4 years ago now. Good, you've printed it off, brilliant, thank you. We put a link to it, you know, four key areas, 24 action points. And I'll just read from that, a statement from that document. Waikanae Beach has a strong sense of place. As a village group of neighbourhoods and natural environment, it differs from other communities, and we want to maintain this local character. And a lot of our submissions and some of the discussions we've had with councillors about maintaining that local character. And that makes me move on to the second special character area, is the recognition now of the old beach area at Waikanae Beach. Now, beach residents spent 10 years putting in submissions to try and get this special character recognised. 10 years. It is now in the district plan. In the end, it was Environment Court mediation that only probably got it through to that stage. So these are some of the issues that we face as a community here and trying to get recognition of this special character. Number 3, Waikanae Beach is clearly designated physical area, bounded by the sea on to the west, the new expressway to the east, and the Waikanae River to the south. So the expressway really has led to a clear delineation, we believe, between Waikanae Beach and Waikanae Village. It's a lot clearer than it was, and I think the communities have responded likewise. And as Pat says, it's now quicker for most of the beach community to actually go to Paraparaumu to do their daily tasks than to go up to the village. And we're also getting a lot of external people coming to the beach now. We've probably doubled the number of visitors we have in the weekends and that. So the character, the beach atmosphere has been promoted even more strongly. The next point is that Waikanae Beach is faced with a unique set of issues due to its location, its physical environment and formation. And these need to be sort of addressed independently by the KCDC. This includes things like flooding. And after the storm events we had in December, we can attest to that. And we still have flooding issues now, nearly a month and a half after that event. Roading, water supply, building requirements, hazard preparation, for fire, flooding, tsunami, public facilities and parks, enforcement, beach access, erosion, revegetation, pest control. I can go through the list, and these, you look collectively, are a specific and unique set of characteristics of the beach there that needs to be supported through the council. These unique features are clearly identified in our regular submissions, and I sent you a submission there. You could see the sort of things that we present to council all of the last 4 or 5 years now, saying, look, these are the things that need to be addressed. And I have to admit, our strike rate has been abysmal. The amount of our proportion of our rates that get spent at the beach is abysmal compared to what we pay, and I will cover that in the next section that I'll talk about. And then we need to look at the point 5, the consequences of climate change. We're going to have sea level rise here. It's highly relevant to this area here, and it's already been considered by the council, and I've got a special committee that's going to be considered, and they're looking at hazard lines and all this sort of stuff around the region. So that's quite unique to the beach area, not just Waikanae Beach, but the whole beach zone. And lastly, and most importantly, Waikanae Beach has its own regular market. You've got to have your market, and you can identify an area, and that's what we have as well. So the last point I want to talk about, the impact and lack of significant representation for the beach area specifically. I want to talk about what the consequences are of that. We believe that a lot of the lack of forward movement and the submissions we put forward and the progress at the beach is due to the lack of representation we have at the beach area. Now, we've been doing this for 5 years now. We can talk in one hand, basically, the impact. Oh, I've just lost you there. Is that still working?
We can see and hear you.
Okay, that's all right, and I'll keep going. Okay.
Terrifying as it is.
Good. I think one of the issues is that one of our key points that we raise virtually every year is the proportion of the rates spent at the beach, and we are now the highest rated area per household in KCDC, and have had some of the highest increases in rates, the proportion that is spent at the beach. And we talk about adherence to the proportionality principle. In other words, the burden of rules, rates, and their enforcement should be proportionate to the benefits you might expect from those to result from those. Waikanae Beach pays 9.4% of Kapiti's rates in total. Therefore, we see that that's 1/10 of the area's the Kapiti Coast rates, and that's equivalent to one councillor in terms of our representation. What else have we got? That I think the issue of the consequences there, you can read some of those issues there, and I think that is a key characteristic we need to make sure that we get clear representation down at the beach here. We believe we have a very specific community of interest, and this is our, I think, strong desire to see the option A that was raised by I think by several parties pursued, and that we believe will meet most of the requirements that we need to do. We believe that actually having an option that has the community board that covers both the beach and the Waikanae village is a way of combining the two communities, but it also ensures that you get fair representation of those two distinct communities in Waikanae. Having a system, I believe, whereby you just have a complete Waikanae ward with two councillors still doesn't mean we get fair representation. It depends where these people live and where their community of interest is strongest. So even now, with having one councillor who's based at the beach, they're limited in a council of 10 members with a mayor as well in terms of getting votes across the line.
Okay.
So that's my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Brilliant, Gerald. Thank you for your observations. I suppose, to be fair, that as we've gone through, there's some pretty strong messaging around this issue at your end of the district that we're going to have to consider and evaluate. And when you get to this point on the proceedings, most of the questions that we've fired, and I think will answer most of the concerns, will give us answers that we need for our consideration. So I'm not in the point of needing to ask any questions, but I'll just check with Commissioner Bigham.
Yes.
Kilda, thank you, Gerald. I just have one question, and it was a point raised by one of the previous submitters around the changing nature of the beach community,
Yes.
that more people are starting to live there now. I'm just interested when you said you have 180 paid members of your resident society.
Yep.
What ratio of residents to holiday homers would there be in the area?
That's a very good question, actually. Quite a number of them are people that have beach residence here, but actually live somewhere else, live in Wellington and come up here for the weekend. So probably about, look, it'd be a real guess, probably about 20% of 30% of the members. What we don't have, though, we don't have good representation of the younger population. It's very hard to get them to come along to our meetings and stuff like that. So that's a real concern.
Sorry, Gerald, rather than just your membership, the community, like when you talk about Waikanae Beach,
yes,
what would the split there be of holiday homers versus permanent
Yes,
residents?
okay. Yeah, I understood it was up around 30-40% actually of the total houses, because when you go around the beach community in the winter, there are a lot of empty houses basically, and yeah, I would say it's in that order. But look, I that would have to be checked by the council basically through the
Sorry, 30 to 40% residents or 30 to 40%?
No, beach people that actually have a beach house here.
Okay, holiday home.
If I could comment on that point briefly. The 20%, I think, or 30% is people who have a house additional to their Waikanae beach house. I observe that it's true of myself that one spends increasing amounts of time in Waikanae now, and with Transmission Gully, it will become, 40 minutes away from Wellington, and so you will see more people residing there more of the time.
Yeah, looks, I agree with that as well. There is going to be more people residing here now. There is a massive building boom here at present. There's a lot of renovation going on as well. And then we've got the Narara estate, which there was a comment there, 800 new, potential for 800 new houses. So you're talking nearly, what, 2,000-3,000 people there additional over the next 20 years.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
We've asked council to see if they have any projections that may be able to help us understand that picture better. So thank you for your time, really appreciate it.
Through Chair, could I just, on that last point, I wondered if whatever happens with your decision, that given the growth of population, that you might wish to, if you decide not to do something more radical, you might wish to indicate that the council should consider having a representation review in 3 years' time, because otherwise I suspect that the percentage will balloon out, and it's a council decision. Under the current structure, I fear that there would be a reluctance to bother. So I offer you the thought that you can't instruct, I don't think, but you might comment upon how rapidly population is increasing in Waikanae, as just indicated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Pat. And thank you, Gerald, for the effort that you contribute in your community as well, clearly on a voluntary basis, and the quality of the submission. Very well done, so thank you.
Cheers, thank you, Chair.
Okay, that concludes the submissions that, and I do apologise, we're the best part of an hour behind, but that's still, I'm sorry, that's just, sometimes we're able to keep it really, really tight, and then on other occasions, we do want to respect people having a fair chance to make their observations. So we're now at 1:20. We all desperately need to take a realistic break and determine what is a practical time to come back for the right of reply. So where are we? 1:20. Is 2 o'clock too early? Do you want to go an hour? Do you want to come back at 2:15? Janet, we might want to give us a bit of a thought from your end around where your team are at.
Well, there's been quite a bit of additional information that's been asked for, some of which we're having to get from other staff in other departments. So
yeah,
I would appreciate the full hour as
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So just on it. So look, let's agree we'll come back at 2:30, but also on some of the questions that have been asked, especially those ones that Commissioner Bigham asked in terms of that population-y stuff, that can come afterwards. Don't think that it's all got to be nailed right now. It's all those other little grunty ones that we've asked, like that really, really specific stuff that's come through. But that high level, statistical population stuff, that can follow later on.
Okay, that's good to know. So
all right. So let's adjourn now. We will reconvene at 2:30 with the right of reply from the council.
Thank you, Brendan.
Well done, team. Thank you all. Now, Penny or Benito, Are we going to ring in? Where are we?
Yes, I can pop the teleconference together for you guys. You can dial in if you have any discussions you'd like to have while the council prepares its right of reply.
Yeah. I think if we can just do that now, then we can. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do we do? You send us something?
I'll send you the details.
Thank you.
Brendan Duffy's just
I think somebody unmuted unexpectedly, Brendan. Don't worry about it. We are still live streaming, but I've just taken the slide down so that I can see when people start returning.
I'm back.
I can see.
I haven't finished eating, but I'm back.
Okay.
Right. Boy, there's a lot of notes today.
Good. You must have been paying attention. Hi, Dale.
Hi everybody, we're just waiting for a document to come through and then we'll be ready to go.
No problem. Just as a little bit of a sideline, it's funny when you speed read stuff, and I'm rapidly going through this file and I look down the bottom there and I just see the word Kapiti, and I read it as Kapiti Horowhenua Rugby Union, and I'm thinking, what the hell are they doing here? And then I read it again. More accurately, Kapiti Writer Reply. Your brain goes miles ahead of you. Anyway.
Not far away.
No, that's all right. We're good. Just as it is. As it is.
I am attempting to turn my video. It's Janice here. I am attempting to turn my video on, but it tells me that the system won't let me.
Oh, hang on, Janice. Let me see if I can do anything about that at our end. Hold on. Where are you? Let's try this.
Oh, that works. How did you do that?
There are magical buttons, Brendan.
Janet, one of the advantages of Zooming is that we don't have flights to catch afterwards, so it's quite good. Are you good?
Yeah, we're good to go, I think. Are we all in here?
Let's go. So, are we back? Oh, we're all alive. Penny, fantastic. Okay, so we'll reconvene and look forward to your right of reply, Deputy Mayor Janet.
So first of all, I want to thank all the applicants who've spoken today and the huge amount of work that's gone into their input, both at this stage in the process and also at the submission stage in the process. And also while I'm here, thank our community for the high level and the wide range of involvement and input we've had into this process. As I said, during my introduction, we've learned so much about what our communities care about, what they want to see, and it's been a very valuable process for us as a council, even outside of deciding on a representation arrangement. I'd also like to thank the work that Empathy Design did through the process. And Dale, thank you very much for your input so far. And feel free to chip in if you feel like it would be useful at any point. What we've done is we've kind of gone through the questions, and we'll be playing a bit of tag team answering them according to how much how much input we think we could have. And then I'll kind of invite others from the team to have a go at answering them as well, because there's been some really good questions today and some ones that are really complicated to answer too. And yeah, I don't envy the task of the Local Government Commission trying to sort through all this. It wasn't easy for us, and it won't be easy for you either. So just going through, so the first thing we'd like to kind of talk about is a few people have commented through the appeals about the consultation and early engagement process that we went through, and in particular whether we had met our requirements in terms of 8.4 in the Local Government Commission's guidelines. So I'd like to invite Janice, who's our Group Manager, People and Partnerships, to address this one, please.
Thank you, Councillor Holbrow. Kia ora koutou, ko Janice McDougall, toko ingoa, ko o te kauhutu, ngā rangapū tangata hoki, mō te kaunihera ki Kapiti. As Janet has said, I'm the Group Manager, People and Partnerships. So in terms of the challenges that we've received around whether or not we followed the correct process, both in terms of point 8.4 in the LGC guidelines for representation reviews, and more broadly, the challenges around our process, we firmly believe we have followed a robust process. Specifically in relation to point 8.4, the LGC guidelines that councils should undertake preliminary engagement before beginning the formal statutory process. We put significant effort into trying to do that differently than how we have in previous representation reviews. And for our last representation review, we had specific advice from the LGC that for the next time we did a representation review, we should put more attention to that preliminary engagement. So it was with that in mind that we embarked on quite a different approach to what we have before. We certainly used our existing and well understood communications and engagement channels to try and understand the thoughts and views of people that that we do reach. And then we put significant effort into trying to hear from people that we know do not currently participate through the democratic processes as they currently exist and through our core channels. And one of the questions that was asked earlier in these hearings was, can we be confident that we did indeed hear from people that we don't normally hear from before? And yes, we can be confident. For some of the design research activities in particular, a specific selection criteria for participants was that they were not actively involved in some of our existing structures already. So we can be very confident of that. Specific numbers around that is not something that we're in a position to provide. Those tabulated results are held by the research company, but we are able to provide some more detailed information to the Commission around some of, I guess, the reasons why that information isn't available if that's of concern to you.
Good. And so we were asked for an assurance that the that the people who responded were indeed people that we don't usually hear from. Are we comfortable that that happened through this process?
Is that a question for me or for the Commission? Yeah, no, we definitely are confident. In some particular parts of some of the smaller parts of the district where we were trying to find candidates for the research, we actually it was very hard work trying to find people that had not participated, but we kept on going and we did find them. So yes, very confident.
Very good. I think that it's important now at this at this point, though, to reiterate what Councillor Coote said during the introductions, though we heard from those people who we don't usually hear from through this part of the process, then through the submission process, we heard from a lot of people who frequently engage with council. So it's certainly been a mixture of those two groups that we've heard from through the whole process. Just want to ask James if he's got anything to add here.
Mainly just on your last point around what I'd said earlier, interestingly for those minority groups or those groups that we haven't heard a lot of and tried very hard, as Ms McDougall said, to engage with, their, I guess, responses, which you can read through the empathy report, in some ways we're in conflict with some of the, or many of the submitters' responses. And I guess that highlights the difference between those that are well engaged and disengaged, and the lack of understanding between the two groups. And even in one of the submitters today, you heard there's not a lot of youth engagement in their particular residents association. And youth, as an example, was one of those segments of the community that we tried to reach that aren't often involved in local democracy as much as older people are. So, you know, we've certainly tried very hard. But at the end of the day, when it comes to submissions and hearings, those people don't always follow through to further engage with council. And that is why we did look at quite hard at a different model in terms of delivering democracy within the community, and looking at working at the ground level with different community groups and people, and not just looking at our existing model of community boards and councillors.
Yeah, I think that leads quite neatly into this kind of second kind of area that we were asked about, and that was why we went out with the proposal that we went out with. And when we went out for the initial engagement, we really did go out with a kind of clean slate from the ground up, with kind of fresh scenarios. And so the kind of idea that we went out with, that we were kind of stuck on the status quo or anything like that, really, so we really did try to have a fresh look, and it really was a genuine attempt to have the fairest representation across our district. And in terms of the merging the central wards, that was also an attempt to address the inequities that had been, in terms of numbers, that have been identified through the previous review process. So when we went out for the initial engagement, through that, the Paikakariki and Otaki communities were strongly seen as distinct communities of interest. And rightly or wrongly, we didn't get that feedback through that process about the Paraparumu Waikanai communities. We've now heard from the Waikanai community that that's really important to them, which is why we changed the structure for our final proposal. So in terms of the community boards, we were also keen to have a fresh look at how we might deliver that engagement from the grassroots level with our communities, because we'd heard from that first round of engagement that those people who don't interact with council a lot weren't interacting with the community boards either. So it was really, we really saw an opportunity to have a fresh look at that and come up with some solutions that really engaged with our community and touched all the minority groups and the diversity that exists within our community. And we didn't have any specific proposals around that when community board member James Westbury says that we had an idea to appoint specific people to panels. No, we haven't come up with any kind of ideas about how that might have worked as yet. We were going to wait till the end of until the end of the process to start that piece of work. But we heard from our community through the submission process that they want our community boards and they wanted them to stay. So that's why we have what we have in our final proposal. So I don't know if James, you've got anything to add to that?
No, I think you've covered it all. Thanks, Janet.
Right. So we need to explain a bit better why option A, small wards, the alternative discussed in the final proposal doesn't really work in terms of a representation model, and I'm going to pass over to Andrea Healy to answer this question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Holbrook. Kia ora koutou. I was the project manager for the representation review. So I've been involved since October 2020. It has been a long process, and a lot of technical work has gone on behind the scenes across different parts of council. Penny, would you be kind enough to screen share? Oh, actually, no, sorry, I'll carry on and then we'll go on to the Te Horo map. So just a bit of background to the small ward swap option. The project team looked at a number of different options, and there were lots of tensions, and it was hard to find one solution that ticked all of the boxes. This small ward option was the option that was fully compliant with the plus minus 10% rule. And it's fair to say that in doing that, there are some concerns. I wouldn't think that the small ward option as it is currently floated would be perfect, in that it quite clearly splits two different communities of interest, that being Te Horo and Raumati. We did, behind the scenes, look at many different versions of the small wards option, including layering on the boundary alterations that we did in the initial and final proposal, that is bringing the Otaki boundary down to just below Te Hapua Road, and bringing the Raumati boundary up to the corner of Marine Parade and Wharemaku. And I'll show you some maps in the meantime. But the key point is, in making those boundaries more sensible, the option was no longer compliant with the plus minus 10% rule. So by doing so, you would end up with 4 of the 6 wards that weren't compliant, and you would end up with 3 that were more than 20% non-compliant. So it was at that point, and that one sort of fell off the table, and more preferred options started being worked up in more detail. We didn't get to the level of detail with the small wards option regarding the treatment of community boards that we did with other options. So initially with the small wards option, we looked at 2 different scenarios for community boards. One was to have a Waikanai community board, where you would join the Waikanai Beach and the Waikanai Town wards into one community board. And the other was to do the same for Parapara Umu Beach, Parapara Umu Town. Then we had an alternate option that was based on the same premise, but you would have subdivisions for Waikanai Beach, Waikanai Town, and subdivisions for Parapara Umu Beach, Parapara Umu Town. In this model, Paikakariki and Raumati were together, and that was in response to feedback from people in Raumati that said it's confusing. We're in the Paikakariki ward, but we're in the Parapara Umu community board. After this option fell off the table, there was a lot more discussion about the treatment of Raumati, and that's how we got to where we got to with the establishment of a new community board. And I just wanted to point out that that hadn't been modelled on this option. But I think council agreed pretty strongly that a Paikakariki Raumati community board with a subdivision of 1 member for Paikakariki and 5 for Raumati would not give effective representation for Paikakariki. Right, Penny, I think I'm ready for the Te Horo map, please. Thank you. So in terms of the Te Horo as a community of interest, so Te Horo is usually viewed as extending from south of the Otaki River across the Hautiri Plain to Te Hapua. For tangata whenua, Te Horo extends down to Paikakariki and up to Kuku, and there is no distinction between Te Horo Beach and Te Horo. The local iwi and hapu for Te Horo are Ngāti Raukawa ki Te Tonga, which is the same as for Otaki in the north. So on this map, the community of interest for Te Horo is shown shaded brown. If you look down towards the bottom of the map, you'll see there is one mesh block in the middle that is not shaded brown, and that is Mr. Sampson's property in that mesh block. And we have left that out because there is an appeal, and I have a more detailed map that we'll get to later in regards to Mr. Sampson's property.
And sorry, Andrea, are you able to expand that on your screen? Because it's very, very small on my screen. So if you could make it the page that you can get it to.
Penny is driving the map, so is that any better?
I'll see what I can do, Benita. You shout out and tell me if this makes it any better.
I might need stronger glasses after all these.
I tell you what, why don't I email it to you?
Actually, that looks good. That's much better than it was. Thanks, I can read that.
So in terms of the mesh blocks that are shaded in brown, that's a total of 17 mesh blocks, and the estimated rounded population is 1,810 people. Te Horo is, I guess, distinctly unique from other areas, but because of the population numbers, similar to Paikakariki, it isn't possible to make them their own ward, so they do need to be grouped with somebody. But the small wards option clearly has issues, because if you look at the blue and orange line going right down Te Horo Beach Road and School Road, you'll see that you have part of Te Horo in the Otaki ward, and you have part of Te Horo in the Waikanai Beach ward. And then what we can't quite see on the screen is there is a mesh block of about 20, which would be in the Waikanai Town ward. So the small wards model, as it has been talked about in the appeals today, would essentially split Te Horo between 3 different wards. It's probably fair to say that residents of Te Horo, as Councillor Coots alluded to this morning, are split in where they go. They don't have an economic or commercial hub or shops in Te Horo, so they do need to exit Te Horo for services. And it's probably fair to say that some people will go south to Waikanai and some would go north to Otaki. The opening of the Peka Peka to Otaki Expressway may encourage some people who currently go south to go north. And I guess it depends on the services that they're wanting to access. In terms of the numbers that are in these mesh blocks, in this split in the Otaki boundary, there would be around about 700 people. In the Waikanai Beach, the blue boundary, there'd be around about 1,090 people. And then in the pink boundary, there's the one mesh block, which has a rounded population of 20. And if Mr. Sampson's was included in that, his rounded population is 10. So there'd be a rounded population of 30 that's in the Waikanai Town ward. I'll now move to how small wards impacts on the Raumati communities of interest. If we can please go to the Raumati map.
So I don't imagine that very many people will be able to see that very clearly. So I'll zoom in. But
so if you can zoom in potentially to the bit that is above the green boundary. And more than happy for you to share these internally so you can have a better look at them. So this is the small wards boundaries with the Raumati community of interest highlighted in green. And you'll see that they too are split. So as this is currently drafted, the boundary goes along Tui Road. And you would essentially end up with Raumati split between 2 wards. You'd have approximately 1,400 people in the Parapara Umu Beach, so above the green line. And then you would have 6,800 people below the purple line.
And
I think
back up again. Can you just scroll that back up again?
when we were having deliberations with councillors around the initial proposal and also the final proposal, because our current boundary doesn't go quite up to capture those top green mesh blocks, and there was discussion around the council table about the treatment of those. I think it's the top 7 mesh blocks are currently in Parapara Umu, and all of those properties are accessed off Wharemaku Road, which is in Google Maps and NZ Post Raumati, and those properties are also zoned for Raumati schools. And so it was on that basis that the council made a decision to move that boundary up to capture those, to keep the Raumati community of interest together. And I think that's all I have to say, unless there's any questions.
Thanks, Andrea.
Would you like me to continue on to explain Mr. Sampson's property, or we'll come back to that later?
I think we'll come back to that later because we're kind of on the boards and we're on that kind of subject right now. I know.
Perfect.
Yeah, so yeah, I think that highlights some of the difficulties with trying to fit some of our communities into the plus or minus percentage rules. So yeah, certainly in Raumati, that group of dwellings that you see, they're within walking distance to Raumati Village, and certainly part of that community there. So the next question is about what's wrong with all councillors elected from wards and none elected at large, and I'm going to pass this to James to answer.
Thank you, Janet, and Andrea for doing a fantastic job of explaining the complexities of moving to the small ward option. Well done, Andrea. In terms of the councillors being elected from wards or elected at large, the matter was discussed at length during council briefings. Look, I can't remember how many iterations staff put up of different models, refined models after councillor feedback, and the preference for a mixed model was reinforced through the preliminary engagement that we did on the advice of the Commission prior to coming out with our preferred model. And it was also reflected in the consultation feedback. So majority views showed that the community preferred the mixed model. Many other comments said, in very simple English, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Our own experience as elected members as well was that that mixed model provided a really good balance around the table. It provided that local focus at a ward level for those particular communities, those what I call subject experts. So when the radio wants to ring up about an event that's happened somewhere within a community, they would typically ring the ward councillor because they know that community intimately. And so the district-wide councillors, as you heard earlier as well, while providing that district-wide view, many of those also live within those communities, and it just so happens we have some living in Otaki. I will add that I think it was 2 or 3 of the ones that had mentioned had moved into Otaki within the last elections or so, and as the submitter had referred to, that can change. You may have no people living within that community in the next election. So as councillors, we looked at that, and overall we had to look at a model that we felt delivered the best for the district and around fair and effective representation. You heard from submitters from Waikanae that they were looking at fixing the issues for Waikanae, and I have a saying, with every action there is a reaction, and so by making adjustments to fix Waikanae's problem, you effectively cause issues at Raumati and Otaki/Te Horo. So, working according to the Commission's, the representation rules, there's no perfect option that suits every community and every individual just simply because of those rules, and that's just the reality of it. So based on our experience, looking at that mix, the ratio is dictated by the boundaries and the percentage calculation that fits best. So 5 works best for 4 wards, 7 works best for 6 wards. And in the consultation feedback, there were minority views supporting different ratios in the consultation feedback, but the majority of the views supported that mixed model. And as I said, from our experience as councillors around the table, and both Councillor Holbrook and myself are in our 5th term, we've seen that model work well for our community. And so, based on that and the feedback from the written submissions and the hearings, that's the model that we went with.
Yeah, thanks, James. I don't think I have really much to add to that, except to say that we've heard through the submissions the kind of pressure that can be on ward councillors to act in the best interests of their wards. We've heard that they want more ratepayer money spent in Waikanae, and there can be huge pressure through those decision making, particularly in our community where those communities are so outspoken and so kind of so distinct as communities of interest. And so having the district-wide councillors, I think, just ensures that you get that overview. I mean, I know that all the councillors, we swear an oath to serve the whole district, but just some councillors not having that pressure and being able to focus on district-wide issues like business, like housing, like cultural well-being, and just it just helps in terms of the councillor workload. That's my view anyway. So I'll go on to the next question, which is who would be appointed to council to the Raumati Community Board? And the answer to that is the Paikakariki Raumati Ward Councillor would be appointed to both the Paikakariki Community Board and the Raumati Community Board, because it has to be the ward councillor that's in that area that's appointed. So under, I think, all of the models that we have, if there's a separate community board for Raumati, that ward councillor would take on both of those community board positions. So the next question is...
Sorry, Janet, can I just ask, would there be any other councillors who'd have more roles on more community boards, or would that cause a disparate workload for that one councillor?
That would cause a disparate workload for that one councillor.
Right.
That's not to say there couldn't be informal arrangements with any district-wide councillors, but in terms of appointments to that community board, that's set under the legislation. So then we've got the population statistics by ward in relation to Mr. Turver's proposal for a 6-4 ward at large model. And I might get Andrea to pitch in, but it's my understanding that we've crunched the numbers around this again, and we agree with the Local Government Commission's analysis that that proposal would be non-compliant by, according to our modelling, up to 36%. So that's why we wouldn't recommend considering that any further. And I believe that's the recommendation from your organisation as well. So we've then got the question around growth projections for the next 10 to 20 years for Waikanae and the split between Waikanae and Waikanae Beach. And I'll just preempt this by saying that through the process, we were of the understanding that we weren't really able to take growth projections into account. The analysis and the numbers that we do are meant to be according to the current census, but I'll ask Janice to answer this in more detail.
Thank you, Councillor Holbrook. So please excuse me if it looks like I'm looking up. I've got a sheet with some quite tiny numbers on it in front of me that I'm going to refer to be able to answer your question. So I'll start by talking specifically about growth in Waikanae over the next few years, and then might make some comments more generally about growth across the district. So Waikanae, from a population projection perspective, is split into 4 different areas. So for Waikanae Beach, the current population as at 2021 is 3,470. that is predicted to, or not predicted, sorry, forecast to grow to 4,003 within the next 10 years, and then around 4,320 within 20 years. The area that you will have been heard being referred to as Waikanae Town for the purposes of this conversation is actually split into 3 different groups. And there are some 3 different areas, and there are some slightly higher levels of growth forecast in those areas. So for Waikanae East, with a current population of around 2,800, that would be looking to grow to around 4,150 by within 20 years. Waikanae Park, with a current population of 2,381, growing to 4,312. Waikanae West, with a current population of 4,745, growing to, making sure I'm in the right column, 5,978. So we will send this information through so that you can see the slightly lumpy forecasts around growth in different parts of that Waikanae area. That said, I think a couple of key points that we'd like to make in relation to growth. We are anticipating significant growth across our entire district within the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years. It would be unwise, we think, to try and predict at this point or place any certainty at this point for the purposes of a representation review on where that growth might be. There is currently significant work underway here within our council to develop our growth strategy to determine how and where we should grow within the next 30 to 50 years. We have a significant program of review around our district plan underway that again will have a significant impact on where that growth might be and how. There's obviously significant change happening within the regulatory environment at the moment too. And when you see government policies targeted at increasing significantly the ability for people to make infill housing happen in existing urban areas, that may lead to outcomes that are quite different to the forecasts that much of our work to date has been predicated on. So we are very mindful that within this next period between now and when we might do our next representation review, our understanding of where growth might be is likely to change.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, look, in the right of reply, we normally charge through the right of reply, but I do want to pick up, if I can, this comment initiated at the start about, well, we're not supposed to consider growth. So I am going to ask Donald to give us a comment in this space. It's a fair observation that you've made, and certainly picking up from one of the submissions where they viewed the Waikato discussion. So Donald, just for purity, just help with a bit of a perspective on this particular point, please. Just get the mute going, mate.
Yep. The approach taken by the Commission historically has been obviously the current population is what determines compliance with the plus or minus 10% rule. But it has given some consideration to obvious projected growth in terms of the sustainability of areas already under pressure. So I guess Waikanae is a classic example. The Commission made its last determination about Waikanae. It approved what the council had did, but commented that there was obviously going to be further growth and suggested the council look at it. And factor that into its thinking and decision making. So I guess potentially what the council has done is has thought about that, but has found it hard to reconcile both the current population and boundaries of communities of interest. It's a bit of a waffly answer, but I guess growth projections are not part of the core criteria, but they provide some of the surrounding context, which the Commission and the Council needs to think about.
Thanks, Don. I do think it's important that we do make those observations. Clearly, when the Commission last reviewed, they made some commentary, observed, and here we are now, and there's still that challenge in that same environment. So I think again, on the record, I don't believe your officers advised incorrectly as per the legislation. So we'll make that point clear. But also, I think you've got a bit of a sense around, well, what's happening, what factors might need to be considered in anticipation, maybe from our perspective as we look at it. So I think we've done that pretty fairly and reasonably, but I just wanted to place that on the record as well. Rightio, back to you, Deputy Mayor Halbrow.
Yeah, around the growth, we're happy to provide growth projections for the whole district. Fair to say the growth is spread throughout the district. It's not just happening, well, we can see it happening in Waikanae, but the projection figures are pretty widespread across the district. So, but we're happy to provide the Commission with detail around that. So we're moving now on, unless you've got anything to add, James, we're moving on.
Nothing from me.
Okay, so we're moving on to the Mr. Sampson's property and the issues around the boundary there. So maybe I could get Andrea back up. I think you're dealing with this one.
Sure. And Penny, could you please show the Sampson map?
Sure will. Again, I'm guessing I'll need to zoom in a bit. So if you want to guide me as to which bit you want me to zoom in on, you just let me know.
Sure. I guess you don't need to be able to read the writing too much on it. The purple shading is Mr. Sampson's farm, and the red boundaries are the mesh block boundaries. The mesh block that Mr. Sampson's property is in is mainly farmland, and it has a rounded population estimated at 10. And you might be more familiar than I am about how Statistics New Zealand do their rounding. The boundary alteration, the Otaki Waikanae boundary, the new proposed one, you can see in the green and orange line going below Mr. Sampson's property. So this boundary alteration was driven mainly out of the recommendation in the last Local Government Commission review that there are 3 streets that are currently dissected by the Otaki Waikanae ward boundary, namely Durham Road, Paul Faith Lane and Pukinamu Road, and they asked us to look at that. As a result, Council proposed moving the boundary down to south of Te Hapua Road to put all of those streets into the Otaki ward. And at the same time, in doing so, the current boundary is quite jagged. We took the opportunity to straighten that boundary up and I guess realign it a bit more. But in saying that, it would be possible to take the boundary up and around Mr. Sampson's mesh block. The rounded population of that mesh block is only 10, so it would have minimal impact on the population numbers or the percentages. And I don't know, Sarah, is there anything else you would like to add? Maybe not.
I think that's pretty clear to us there.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, just before we move on, I'd just like to reassure the Local Government Commission that the council did contact Mr. Sampson by phone and letter. So apologies if this has caused too many distress.
Thank you for that clarity.
The
Sarah, do you
last-
need to add in there? Are you okay? Can't hear you, Sarah. Let's assume you're okay. Are you plugged in?
Can you hear me now?
It's better.
Sorry, I have a mute on my headphones as well. No, nothing more to add to what Andrew and Janet have said. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the last little question, as far as I was concerned, was the split for Waikanae Beach of residents versus holiday home, and we don't have any specific information around numbers, but we would agree with the observation that there's a trend of batches being converted to holiday homes in that area. And that would be the case in other areas of the district as well, I would say.
Okay.
So I'm just going to pass to James to see if there's any more points that he thinks haven't been covered, and then I'll come back for just a quick summary.
Well, maybe just before you do that, we have a very astute recorder of questions. So can I just check in with Linda to see whether we've missed anything? No, we've done well. James.
Look, I don't think I have a lot more to add, Brendan. Appreciate the Commission spending all day today listening to us. There was a comment earlier around the comments I made regarding iwi. I just want to note that those comments, I think I made it pretty clear at the time. It was just relaying their feedback on the proposal that we put out for consultation. I couldn't comment on behalf of iwi in terms of their thoughts around small ward model or any other changes. All I can say, and I read from the verbatim minutes from one of those submitters, as a representative of Ngāhapua Ōtaki, their strong views that we heard through the hearings around dividing or around the importance of that Te Horo community to them. It is simply what I was trying to articulate to the Commission. I think, as we said earlier, without actually consulting on a small ward option, which we couldn't do at the time because we were only able to go out with one option. We can only go on the submissions that we have in terms of people's views. And as I said earlier, many of those views supported that mixed ward option in those submissions. So thank you all for your time.
Brilliant. Thank you. Back to you, Janet.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you, Brendan, and the rest of the panel and everybody who's participated today, and just encourage the Local Government Commission to think about how things work on the ground, as I said during my introduction, and just reiterate that throughout this process, what we've heard from our communities is their communities of interest really matter. And that's a real feature of our coast, is that we have this big area, but within that we have these very strong communities of interest. So that's what makes this potentially a particular challenge as we go through this every 3 to 6 years. So with that, I'd just like to thank everybody who's been involved, and thank you.
Brilliant. Well, thank you for those kind words as we get to the point of conclusion. So we'll accept that the right replies been completed. We would just acknowledge that the process from here is that the two commissioners, myself and Commissioner Bigham, will now go away and go through the consideration process. We do that in partnership with officials. You all know that we are bound by legislation to have our decisions determined by the 10th of April. Probably as an aside, you're not the only local authority in New Zealand going through this process. It's a very intense time for us. Can I just ask that thanks go back both to CEO Wayne and Mayor Guru, acknowledging both sides of the fence. Management side, I think you've done the best you can under challenging circumstances, and those circumstances, frankly, were well outside your control in terms of the COVID factor and how you were able to engage with your community. And to the political side, thanks for landing the decision-making process on our table. we know it's difficult, and I think you can have confidence that we'll consider appropriately, cautiously, carefully, respecting that which is most important, which is the principles of democracy and localism, so that everybody believes they have fair representation. And those principles are very strong in our minds as we go through this process, bound by legislation, of course. So with those few closing remarks, I'm just going to go back to Commissioner Bigham, who will lead us through in our closing karakia and other words that the Commissioner may wish to say.
Tēnā anō koutou katoa, nui te mahi, nui te whakaro, nui te kōrero I tēnei rā, nō reira, ke te tino tuku mihi tēnei ki o koutou, mō koutou kaha, e pāna ki tēnei kaupapa I mua I a tātou. So just to thank you all for the huge amounts of time and energy and effort. We've had lots of great kōrero, lots of great discussion, lots of deep thought and consideration of the issues today, and I sincerely thank you all for your time. It's always a pleasure working with you all, but also challenging in this environment, so thank you for that too. And I support all of Chair Duffy's words. So with our closing karakia, which you're more than welcome to join us with as we close off the day with you all and send you off into the world to do whatever it is you need to do for the rest of the day, is unuhia. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia I te urutapa nui. Kia wātea, kia māma, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua I te ara takatū. Ko ia rā e rongo, whakairi ake ki runga. Kia wātea, aira, ko wātea, hau, pai mārire. So that karakia really just sets us free from the work that we've been involved in today, and allows us to go about the rest of our day with good thoughts, good intentions, and good wishes to you all. Kia ora tātou.
And Dale, I should have acknowledged you earlier on as the independent, but I just want to acknowledge your presence here as well today. Thank you. Ka kite anō.
Ka kite.
Ka kite.